Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Allen, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lavanino? Here. Mr. Carbajal? Here. Ms. Wolf? Here. Ms. Farr? Here. Mr. Adam?
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 10 more meetings. Actually, it's 9 after today. All right, me. Can we get a motion to approve the minutes of the August 23rd meeting? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Ms. Minnesota, do you have any CEO report for us today?
No report this week, Supervisor.
All right, thank you very much. Next is the administrative items. Any member wish to pull any administrative? Mr. Lavanino. Supervisor Farr.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull A3 and A14.
Supervisor Wolf. Supervisor Carbajal. Okay. Is there any from the public?
Chair Adam, members of the board, we have a request to speak on item A17 from the public, and I just want to announce we did post an addendum on Friday which added item A26 to your agenda. This is from Public Health. This is to consider recommendations regarding the consent to assignment to the California Shock Trauma Air Rescue Agreement to CalStar Air Medical Services, LLC. So that was added onto your agenda on Friday.
Okay. Well, I think what I'd like to do first is have Supervisor Farr take over for a moment on A22, which I have to recuse myself of, and then I'll come back and handle the balance.
I'm going to read it.
Yes, Mr. Allen, would you read the item, please?
Chair Farr and members of the board, item A22 is from Planning and Development. This is a request to set a hearing for September 13th to consider the appeal filed by Richard Adam, attorney for the appellants John and Michelle Van Meulen, of the Planning Commission's June 29, 2016 denial of the appeal. This is a case number 16 APL 3 and the de novo modification of the January 12, 2016 director's determination. And this is involving a property at 4655 Song Lane. This is in the Orchid area in the 4th District.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and then I'm also going to be pulling item 24. So let's handle them in order. Supervisor Farr, A3.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item A3 is from the Auditor Controller. This is to consider recommendations regarding establishing the property tax rates and levying taxes for fiscal year 2016-17.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Allen, do we have a speaker slip from the public on this item? Because if we do, I would just assume that they were heard first.
No request to speak.
Okay. Actually, I see Mayor Richardson here.
Mr. Richardson?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jim Richardson. I'm the mayor of the City of Solvang. Though I'm not representing the City of Solvang, I'm a member of the Solvang City Council and completely aware of the water issues in the City of Solvang and its sources, which I attend board meetings for ID1 and frequently speak at their board meetings. I'm going to read you a note that of a problem that I believe needs rectification. The attachment, during your August 30 board meeting agenda, item 3 will ask you to approve various taxing rates. I'm concerned about Special District 5810. The attachment contains arguments regarding the unfair proposed tax assessment by the San Ynez Water Conservation District, Improvement District Number 1, ID1. The ID1 board suspended the tax assessment in 2010 and is now requesting reassessment 6 years later. In my arguments, you'll note that Solvang water users use less than 1% of ID1's annual production, yet will be paying 36% of the assessment. To me, that besides paying for more than 1/3 of the assessment, that after more than 5 years, this self-taxing measure should be brought back before the voter. I'm asking you to strip Special Taxing District 5810 out of your motion to support item A3 on your agenda and return it to ID1 for more fair assessment for the people of Solvang. This is the attachment. Regarding Special District 5810 San Ynez River Water Conservation District, Improvement District Number 1, ID1. The City of Solvang is within the boundaries of ID1. Solvang was 36% of ID1's ad valorem tax assessment value in 2010. Solvang property owners are represented by 2 ID1 board members and 1 at-large member. Solvang is connected to ID1 via 3 meters. Solvang has 3 Proposition 218 votes for more than 2,000 property owners in Solvang. ID1's average production is about 5,500 acre-feet per year. That's a 10-year average. Solvang's average impact is about 46 acre-feet per year. That's a 10-year average. Solvang's impact is less than 1/10 of 1% of ID1's annual production. Solvang's water rate is 59.5% greater than ID1's domestic water rate. ID1 is proposing a $750,000 ad valorem tax assessment on all property within its district. The actual amount turns out to be $772,000. Solvang property owners will be paying 36% of the tax for having less than 1/10 of 1% of their impact. That's $270,000 taken out of the economy of the City of Solvang. Proposition 218 rates must reflect actual costs of production. Solvang's water rate includes the impact on production. Solvang's ad valorem tax is to cover...
You're over time.
May I offer solutions?
I'm sorry.
we've got to keep it on schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I knew that the mayor was here and would speak to this item, and I wanted to pull it because he did ask me about this some time ago, and I wanted the board and the public to know that, you know, Elizabeth Farnham in my Solvang office talked with a number of different people in the county about this to see whether the board had any latitude here, any purview, and it appears that we don't, that even though it's coming to us and we need to approve it, that it's pretty much locked in a way that it's kind of a pro forma thing that we have to do. But I would look to Mr. Gazzoni to see if he could, you know, comment further on it. And I understand the mayor's concerns. It does seem to be out of proportion, but it also seems like it's something that the city of Solvang needs to sit down and talk with, you know, ID1 about.
Chair Adam and supervisors, summarized, Supervisor Farr is correct. The water code that's relevant to this says that the Board of Supervisors shall levy the tax reported to it by the Board of Directors of the involved water district. So that's the legal framework. As a practical matter, I understand from auditor and treasurer that even if there was different legal authority and you went to strip this out, they would be hard-pressed to issue the tax bills on time by doing so. But the legal standard here really is a duty stated twice in the statute as the Board of Supervisors shall levy the tax reported to it by the Board of Directors of the Water District.
And that would be true for any board of directors of these special districts, that once they tell us, you know, what it is, it's our responsibility to do it, and with no questions asked.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, Mayor Richardson, I appreciate you being here. I was afraid the answer would be the same as what we heard before, but at least we did inquire for you. Thank you.
Yeah. And I looked into that too and found the same thing. I was told the same thing. Okay. Mr. Allen, 14, please.
Chair Adam, members of the board, item A14 is from the Public Health Department. The recommendations are regarding the Visiting Care and Companions Professional Services Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I pulled this item just to highlight it. As the board might recall, during budget, this was a request, came through Public Health from the Adult and Aging Network, that the geriatric assessment program that we had for public health nurses to go out and do assessments of seniors in their home be reestablished. And so, you know, we were fortunate to get the money. Public Health has worked very hard on this, and very pleased that we have a contract now with visiting nurse and hospice care that's going to go out and do this. And so I'm looking forward to bringing this back to the board after it's been up and running for a while, so that we can do a report back on what they're seeing and the issues that they're resolving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Allen, let's go to 17.
Chair Adam and members of the board, we're going to go to Santa Barbara on this item, item A17, to hear from Scott Wentz. It's from Public Works. It's to consider recommendations regarding a cooperative agreement for Measure A Safe Routes to School and Bicycle and Pedestrian Projects. Mr. Wentz in Santa Barbara.
Is Mr. Wentz with us?
Yes. Just trying to get to the podium. Mr. Chair and Board, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. We took a look at this item and we were absolutely amazed. Over two-thirds of $1 million to go to two organizations. Two organizations that are spending an awful lot of tax money. The question becomes one is, why hasn't somebody gone to the school district? So what we did before we even decided to weigh in on this, I went to the other side of the aisle, some Democrat friends of mine, and I showed them the item, and they said, this is absolutely cronyism. This is to shovel almost $1 million into two organizations that are friends of certain people on the board and within the district. And that the high school and the elementary school district could do the same job for $100,000. They have fully staffed individuals that are capable of doing the educational program. Well, if that's the case, and they can do it for $100,000, why not save the taxpayers $700,000 instead of giving to two private organizations this money? This makes no sense. And when both sides of the aisle have come back and say, this is obvious what it is, and this is nothing more than a grant to organizations that people want to curry favor with, this has to stop. This is not a good item. The high school and the elementary school districts can do it for far less. They have fully credentialed teachers. This is not a good item.
All right. Seeing no lights, I'm going to go on to item 14, and what I'd like to do is trail that until after closed session. 24? Did I say, what did I say? 24?
14.
We have to have a motion for that? Oh, 24 is the PUF governing body. And I think we'd probably have to read it in anyway, right, Mr. Allen?
If the intention is just to trail this until later in the day after closed session, then there's no motion necessary, just direction?
And Chair Adam, this will be a good time, while the public is with us at the front end of the day, to note that there are one correction twice in the draft resolution to make clear that the title of the Assistant County Executive Officer of Health and Human Services in both the whereas and in the proposed governing body is as I stated it and not as initially written. There's a misnomer in the original, but that's something that we could address if you trail the item later, and we have a final document ready to execute.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get it right. Okay, so now we're on to public comment.
Hold on. Chair Adam, you know, I don't want to leave A17 hanging in the air like that. These are actually construction projects as well as educational projects, so I don't want the public to think that these schools could do this for $100,000, so if they're not school projects. So if, Mr. McAlpin, if you could come up and address Mr. Wentz.
Mr. Chair and board members, thank you. As Supervisor Lavanino mentioned, we have about $580,000 in capital projects here, safety projects on the South Coast and up here in the North County built into this program. And we also have various safety programs on the South Coast as well as up here in the North County built into this program. What's important to understand is there's multiple school districts on the South Coast, and these organizations go in and work across those boundaries, and all the cities on the South Coast have co-sponsored these agreements as well. So I wish it was as simple as the public speaker mentioned to get the school districts to do the work, but they have other priorities. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. McAlpin, could you also, for the record, state where these funds come from?
These cooperative agreements will allow us to
No,
get...
the funds, where they come from.
These are regional Measure A dollars.
What is Measure A?
And they allow us to get the money from SB CAG to help us with these safety programs around the community. And Measure A is the half-cent sales tax, and it was, the cooperative agreements have to be done under the Measure A investment plan.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and I was a little bit jumping the gun here going to public comment. We need a motion to approve the balance of the agenda minus A24. And we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Unanimous. Okay. Yeah.
Chair Adam, members of the board, in the public comment period today, we have about 20 requests to speak. And we're going to start in Santa Barbara with Mindy Boulay, to be followed by Dr. Robert Johns. Mindy? In Santa Barbara.
Wait a minute. We have about 20 or we have 20?
Well, we have 20.
Okay.
Mindy is not currently here at the moment.
Okay, we're going to start with Dr. Johns, and then we're going to go after that with Scott Wentz.
Good morning, board members. This county all of a sudden is concerned with security, and you're starting to spend a lot of money on it, $250,000, $1 million. It's stupidity. Now, we've got to concern ourselves with the sheriff department. You forget about that. The sheriff is in budget crisis right now. The sheriff, Bill Brown, his men are working overtime. That's dangerous. You board members always say, oh, we are law enforcement. You are not law enforcement when you have the sheriff working overtime. Now, the sheriff has promised that every call will be answered properly, but his men, can they keep responding when they're overtime? So much time going in, and now you're concerned about spending money on security. How are you going to put these two together? Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it, board members, when someone brings an attention to you? Now, Wolf, you are from the board, so that guy just slammed you with a boondoggle. You just got slammed. You should not have ever let the board spend all kinds of money like that and then come back with, they just can't provide it. You're from the school board and you've forgotten all about that? Isn't that a shame? Now, the sheriff has graduated 30 men from his lockup. These are men going to college. That means the sheriff is a human being. He's a man with consciousness. And men like Carbajal and Wolf, a woman like Wolf, they've never even graduated one person. There's not even a program here, supervisors board, college graduate. You don't even think that's your role. You see what I'm trying to get at? And here we have the sheriff graduating men from his probation program. I didn't see Caps there. I didn't see Susan Rose there. I didn't see you there, Carbajal, because you don't like that type of activity by the sheriff. Now, the sheriff is an amazing man, a man of many talents. And you supervisors, you are horrible. You get caught in boondoggles, just like the one the man just mentioned, and you have no conscience. That's why the sheriff has a conscience. He has loyalty. He's a human being. You see that very little from men like Carbajal. Carbajal, you should have graduated 10,000 students while you're 10 years here. You can't produce one, and don't come back next week with 5 or 6 students. That's your M.O. Well, Carbajal, he helped me. You're being a liar, so don't even try to come back with that, Carbajal.
Our next speaker is Scott Wentz, to be followed by Mark Bagley in Santa Barbara. Scott?
Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Kaiser Basic. A couple sessions back, you had an item in the consent calendar that stated you were going to be investigating a roundabout on Padero Lane down by Santa Claus. If this is correct, I'm trying to figure out why. You've just expanded the beach down there. You put in additional parking. The Board of Supervisors voted on SB CAG to approve a bike path, $1 million bike path connecting Santa Claus Lane to Carp Avenue to save half a city block in distance. And now you want to put in a roundabout that's not ADA compliant, not pedestrian friendly, and not bicycle friendly. The majority of the time at Padero Lane, there's not an issue demanding a roundabout, let alone a roundabout of the size that you'd have to put in there. This appears to me and to the organization, Cars Are Basic, another item where somebody has political push and decided we'll be politically correct, we'll put in a roundabout. A roundabout for why? I've lived on Padero Lane. We've owned property on Padero Lane. I have friends on Padero Lane. And 99% of the time during the week, there's hardly any traffic of any note down there, people coming and going. There are, though, a number of severe accidents crossing the railroad having to do particularly with drunk and distracted drivers. You put in a roundabout right there, doesn't make sense. We would ask you to strongly reconsider this plan. Thank you.
Still in Santa Barbara with Mark Bagley, to be followed by Sam Ramirez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm one of the great unwashed masses that are the line staff in Union 620, and I would like to request that you reconsider your decision to offer a 1% wage increase to the staff. Item A13 on your agenda here is to approve a new restricted position for the HR department. Restricted positions are usually highly paid, yet you are not willing to consider cost of living increases, reasonable wage requests, or the fact that the unions gave up so much when you asked for sacrifices during the so-called budget crisis, and we're getting nothing in return. The County of Santa Barbara did not lose any money in the housing crash. In fact, they continued with a positive tax base increase, and it's increased yet again as prices have rebounded. We're working with less staff. We're doing the same amount, if not more work, with the same time constraints, and there is a 7.5% insurance increase coming. 1% wage increase does not help cover that at all. I myself barely make it from one paycheck to the next. I'm having to rely on my credit card to cover some of my bills in between the two periods. It's becoming increasingly difficult to work for the county, and even with reasonable requests, which your own members' negotiating team agreed were reasonable, we're getting squat. And it really is not fair when you continue to get wage increases while we are suffering wage decreases and actually end up earning less money even with this 1%, because we're still down 6.5% with the insurance increase. Cost of living has not gone down, no cost of living increases. Please, A, have a heart, B, pay a little attention to your people, and C, realize that your negotiating teams ought to be negotiating in good faith and having some choice in their decisions. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Okay, you got that out of your system now. We're not going to have that. And if that's what happens, then we're going to clear the room.
And following Sam Ramirez in Santa Barbara is Sarah Schofield. Sam?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Adam, members of the board. My name is Sam Ramirez with SEIU Local 620 staff. For the last few weeks, I've given updates regarding bargaining to our members throughout the county, from Lompoc to Santa Maria to here in Santa Barbara. And the overwhelming response that our members have had is that what the negotiating team has offered is not enough for working and living in Santa Barbara County. I talk to members all the time, members that commute sometimes 1.5 hours to 2 hours one way, oftentimes for a job that is understaffed and not paid enough when it comes to comparable counties. What we have asked for on behalf of the members doesn't go, as Mark mentioned, enough to address the working and living conditions that many of our members endure. So we are asking you as the board to direct your negotiating team to do more to address the working families that really do the hard work, like cleaning the parks, keeping the water running, serving the public. They're serving your constituents on a daily basis, and what the negotiating team has offered is not enough. It is not enough for the member that I talk to who works every day to keep a roof over our head despite the increase in rent going up. And many of the employees that work for Santa Barbara County, they face two problems. The cost of living in Santa Barbara County is enormous, and the wages don't keep up with that. And so we are asking, again, for you to direct your negotiating team to do more to address that. There are items that our members have asked for that don't come with a dollar value. We've asked for an opportunity to appeal a alternative work schedule denial. Doesn't cost the county anything, but can do a lot to address our members' living and working conditions. So on behalf of our members, we'd ask that you direct your negotiating team to do more. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Schofield in Santa Barbara, to be followed by Deidre Egger.
Good morning, Chair Adam and members of the board. I'm here today as a county direct service worker from the Department of Behavioral Wellness and also as a member of the Local 620 contract bargaining team. First, I wanted to take a moment here to consider the department's new acronym, Be Well. It sounds like a nice wish or greeting and certainly seems consistent with our guiding principle to focus on wellness, recovery, and resilience for the people we serve with psychiatric and substance use disorders. Each workday, we take this responsibility seriously, partnering with our clients and community providers to address barriers to employment, to housing, to having relationships, and building on strengths. The staff I work with are not selfish, but they also want happy and healthy lives and good working conditions. The direct service providers I represent will tell you that in order to properly serve clients, they too need to be well. Very clearly and in great detail, they have told the consultants you hired, our past management, our current management, and our union that they need a workload that can be completed in their 40 hours of work per week, not 50, not 60 without overtime pay, the ability to retain alternative work schedules, which allows for chart time completion and work completion after hours, saves the county from paying overtime for work after 5 p.m., fewer and not more mandatory daily meetings, and a collaborative approach to clinic and program restructuring. Unfortunately, what we now have is top-down leadership, caseloads that have nearly doubled over the last few months for our outpatient practitioners, the ongoing discontinuation of alternative work schedules, and a lack of partnership between labor and management and behavioral wellness. We have been attempting for months to convey this message that morale has sunk to a new low under these conditions, along with confusing directives to do much more in some areas while not providing enough in the way of which other required duties to deprioritize. You can't tell staff to keep doing what they're doing before and then add a multitude of new policies and requirements and competing priorities without asking them what they need to do their jobs effectively. The attitude from management, as one worker put it, is if you don't like it, just leave. This does not reflect the change that systems change was to bring. I appeal to you to listen to the disappointment that too many of us feel after the work we did, all the work we did during that process to try and create a better ADMHS. We need the board and the CEO's office to offer support in moving forward and addressing our concerns. The data our union requested from the county reflects what our own survey also revealed. We are not retaining our new workers. We need to improve working conditions through a collaborative effort, and this also applies to contract negotiations between Local 620 and the county. The recent 1% cost of living increase offer, especially in light of newly discovered revenue to the tune of $18 million, is unacceptable. We need you to use a relatively small portion of those millions of dollars to compensate your workers fairly. Thank you.
Deidre Egger. Then we're going to come back to Santa Maria for Ann Goodman.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I come to you from front line of community service to all of our community members that are hurting and our workloads are unbearable. 8 years ago in 2008, we experienced a huge recession, and union members across the county gave up many concessions. I worked for 2 weeks without pay. We had furloughs and recessions and cutbacks and concessions. That's 8 years ago. In our office alone, we had about a 21% layoff. We lost all of our bilingual staff. We lost our secretaries, our investigative assistants, and over the last 2 years, we've lost 34% of our line attorneys. Those were experienced workers that are dedicated and trained by the county that walked out to Ventura County, Sonoma County, Stockton, private practice. All of those years of experience and souls of dedication are gone. And now we have extra help attorneys who have been there for more than a year, going on 2 years, filling these loads. Those of us that are left on the front lines, whether it be the roads workers, the water treatment workers, our maintenance folks, and our public defender staff, we have all absorbed 8 years of extra work. This is not sustainable. We do efficient, cost-efficient, huge efforts to the community because we live here. These are our families. These are people I went to elementary school in the 3rd District, Goleta Valley Junior High, their parents, their grandparents who are now disabled and living on their own. We all serve them, from the public guardian's office to the public defender's office to social services. We cannot continue to absorb 8 years of extra work with vacant positions. And we're asking, please, for the county to please show us some empathy and some understanding. This county is investing millions of dollars each year in new projects, but we can't invest in our own people. And we are having huge sick leaves, back breaks, muscle strain in our wrists. People are doing more and more and more, and we're only human. We are all part of the same community. We need your direction. The supervisors of this county, please hear us. Please direct your staff to negotiate with us. See what can be done. There's always room for compromise. There are ways we can get to where we should be and continue to live and provide the government-required services we need in a healthy manner. We have too much absorption of 8 years of extra work. Thank you.
Back here to Santa Maria for Ann Goodman. Ann, and to be followed by Crystal Neal.
Hello, my name is Ann Goodman. I come before my Board of Supervisors as a member and representative of the SEIU 620 Union. I'm here to ask a question. Why is it we only deserve a salary increase of 1%? We keep hearing that the county does not have the money to fund fair salary increases. According to your own documentation, the property tax rolls, when compared with your chosen benchmark communities, we are second only to that of Sonoma County for the 2014-2015 year. And the median home prices have increased 12% over the last year. I'm also aware that we are in the top 5% in a state of 58 counties in the collection of those taxes. How does a 1% increase in salary reflect against your increase in revenue? According to an article from the Society for Human Resource Management from June of 2015, U.S. salary budgets increased by 2.9% in 2015. During this time, our union members only received a 1% increase. They further forecasted that the U.S. salary budgets would increase by 2.7% in 2016. This is proven to be true. During this time, the union members received no increase in salary. Their estimates in an article from July of 2016 anticipate that organizations in the U.S. are planning to boost pay by 3% on average for the 2017 year. Yet you only want to award us a 1% increase. According to the California Fair Wage Act of 2016, As of January 2016, California's minimum wage increased by $1, as you know. The new law increases the minimum wage by $1 each year for the next 4 years. That is a 10% increase in January of 2017 alone. How does a 1% increase compare to that? Believe me, I understand you have challenges and hard choices to make. Your front line staff makes them every day while serving your public and in our own personal lives. But to continue to ask us to keep working to maintain the core values that the County of Santa Barbara without fair market wages shows each of us how much you truly care and where your priorities of creating a thriving and engaged workforce really lie. Thank you for your time and continued efforts on our behalf. It is my hope that each of you as leaders will consider all of the messages that are delivered to you today. Thank you.
Crystal Neal is our next speaker, and then we're going to hear from Lourdes Navarro.
Good morning, Supervisor Chair Adams and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Crystal Neal. I've worked with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office for over 16 years. I've been active with the Health Oversight Committee representing our union members, and in that time I've seen and felt the county balance the budget with the help of myself and fellow employees by giving up salary increases, inequities for the positions that are behind over 15 to 20% with our comparable counties, and accepting furlough to save the county money. That cost me money, but it saved the county money. Healthcare costs are continually rising while the benefits of the healthcare is reduced. All these items are hitting us while we are still trying to afford rising housing costs to live in the area we work. Our members are some of the lowest paid workers. We, the employees, are struggling to choose to put food on our table or have health care for our families. Our choice is to drop the health care because our income is low enough to qualify for the county welfare programs. The food stamps, healthy families, Medi-Cal, cash aid in some cases. As supervisors for one of the top tourist regions in California, you should be ashamed your employees are struggling because Santa Barbara County won't pay a decent living wage. Employees who receive benefits are in need so that they can pay for gas, food, health care, child care, and pay rent. A lot of them can't even afford to buy a home. Respectfully, for the Board of Supervisors to approve a 13.8% increase to cover your health care costs while denying us a living wage, by denying us a living wage increase to help offset our health care costs is shameful. Our health care cost is going up 7.4%. We have no coverage for that. I hope you will give your bargaining team guidance and authority to provide an equitable contract of no less than 3% to help offset our rising cost of living. Thank you again.
Okay, Mr. Gazzoni, would you give us a little comment on this, since we have many of the SEIU members that are speaking on our contract negotiations today?
Chair Adam and Supervisors, I think what you're referring to is that the county is in ongoing MOU successor negotiations with SEIU Local 620, and the framework provided by state law is that we do that through designated labor negotiators, county labor relations folks. So my recommendation in this area is that the board allow public comment, including from SEIU Local 620 members, even about matters that are in negotiation, but that the county not actually conduct negotiations with Local 620 in this forum, but that the county continue to conduct its MOU successor negotiations with Local 620 through the county's designated labor relations negotiators.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board.
Oh, excuse me, just one second. Supervisor Wolf.
So to Mr. Adams and Mr. Gazzoni, I think it sounded like, Mr. Gazzoni, you were talking to the Board of Supervisors.
That is correct.
Okay. And, you know, frankly, and thank you, Mr. Adam, but I think we all know our role up here. And don't need to be reminded of what we do in closed session. I think it was a little disingenuous, frankly. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board. My name is Lourdes Navarro. I work for Department of Social Services, Santa Maria, the Betteravia complex here. I'm also the 620 chapter chair. I'm here today to tell you we've not gotten very far with your management team negotiating our new contract. As you know, Local 620 gave up pay increases when times were bad. Your team sees fit to have to not even bring us back to where we were, and pass significant medical insurance costs to us, the worker. This has started a trend for your workers, seeing medical insurance as a luxury for their families, and now they qualify for Medi-Cal and food stamps. I was informed that the Board of Supervisors, received an increase to cover your benefit expenses. You will not do the same for your employees, so they are forced to go on public assistance. Shame on you all for your management team for not taking better care of your people that really make this county function on a daily basis. But I'm optimistic that you will have more cooperation at the bargaining table from management in the future. And Mr. Adams, this is for you. It's not appreciated that you silence your employees when they want to encourage people to voice their opinions. We're not only the employees here, but we're also voters. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lucia Torres, to be followed by Laura Robinson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I don't have anything written. I'm going to speak from the heart this morning. I am an employee of Public Health. I've been employed for 21 years as a medical assistant, and I'm also a union steward. And I'm here to represent all of my county co-workers, and I'm here because I feel that we deserve more than 1%. We have been understaffed, and we do work very hard. We've been facing many challenges, and 1% doesn't really do much for us at home, with child care expenses, especially with this high insurance rate that we're going to be facing pretty soon here. I came here today to please ask you to reconsider giving us more than a 1%. I think we deserve more than 1%. I really appreciate your time and your consideration today. Thank you.
So, just so I got the right folks coming up, did we hear from Lucia Torres? Okay, then we're going with Laura Robinson, to be followed by Veronica Polito.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express myself this morning. My name is Laura Robinson, and I've been a loyal county employee and member of SEIU for approximately 3.5 years. Today I'm here to respectfully request that you delegate the proper authority to your bargaining unit in order to allow them to negotiate a fair contract with our team. If your unit, as they continue to state, does not have the authority to negotiate over a 1% salary raise, then they are not bargaining at all, and neither are you. Over the past several years of the recession, the county has literally balanced its budget on our backs. Local 620 has ceded over $30 million in salary and benefits, and we were willing to do so because it was what was necessary and best. However, now that the economy is recovering, you sit there and refuse to respect your working constituents and their families by denying us a living raise. Healthcare costs alone are increasing by 7% this year, none of which the county is offering to pick up. Essentially, what you are presenting to our team is a demotion, and you expect us to accept that with a smile on our face? I am here to tell you that is unacceptable. So once again, I would like to respectfully request that you allow your bargaining team the opportunity to negotiate in good faith with those people who so willingly help the county in its time of need. Thank you.
Veronica Polito, to be followed by Mick Robinson.
Good morning, Chair Adam and board members. My name is Veronica Polito, and I'm a Local 620 member. I am here this morning to ask you to please give the county negotiating team authority so we can bargain a fair contract, similar to the one you recently agreed to with another union that works in the county. The cost of the living in Santa Barbara County keeps rising, making it increasingly difficult to live in Santa Barbara County. I'm sure I speak for others when I say I am a devoted county employee and I'm devoted to my community and want nothing more than to be appreciated. I'm asking to provide a fair contract, and please do the right thing and direct the county bargaining team to negotiate a fair contract. Thank you.
Mick Robinson is our next speaker, to be followed by Elizabeth Castillo.
Speaker Adam, members of the board, my name is Mick Robinson. I retired in 2013. I wanted to say first that no one here is asking the Board of Supervisors to negotiate. We know the role as union members that you give direction to your bargaining team, and that's all we ask, is give direction to your bargaining team and be aware of what they're doing too, because many times in years past, the board was not aware of what the bargaining team was doing, and we had to go directly to the board to let them know that, we weren't getting a fair shake. Usually that ultimately resulted in some sort of a reasonable solution to the problems that your workers had. Being retired, the final years before I retired, we unfortunately had to negotiate massive takeaways to your employees. Takeaways which in some cases broke my heart. We spent decades trying to get an equal retirement for our employees. And we had almost accomplished that before the crash. Unfortunately, we had to negotiate a new retirement, and now, once again, you have employees working side by side that don't have the same retirements. All the new employees have an inferior retirement. I'm sorry to say. At any rate, as some of the most lowest paid, some of the lowest paid employees, you know that the cost of living increases are very hard on these employees, and these takeaways compounded that. You should take that into consideration. Let's see. The sacrifices they made should be rewarded now as times are getting better, and the employees deserve rewards for their sacrifices that they've made in the past. Those benefited the county, the taxpayers, to the detriment of the employees. We ask that instead of giving the employees a slap in the face with a dismal offer, including some significant takeaways, that you actually negotiate, direct your board, or your team to negotiate in good faith and give the employees what they deserve. I thank you for your time.
Elizabeth Castillo, to be followed by Ken Westall.
Good morning, Supervisor Adam and Steve and board members. My name is Elizabeth Castillo. I'm here to speak as a member of the SEIU Local 620. I would like to talk about our current state of bargaining. We were told by the county negotiating team at the start of bargaining that our proposals were reasonable. We are not asking for anything that would break the county. Our last two contracts we were very giving. We gave up a lot to save the county during extremely difficult financial hardships. We gave up 20% in salary savings for the county, which was about $30 million plus. We gave up on the idea of being able to keep up on the rising cost of food, gas, rent, and everything else that we need to make a living. We gave the county our very best. with less staff and less resources. We have given the county our loyalty and have made many personal sacrifices to provide our community with the best service possible. Your county negotiating team reminds our union that they do not have the authority to go over a 1% for a salary increase and a 1% into an equity bank. We have a hard time accepting the fact that 1% into salary and a 1% into an equity bank is all you think we are worth. We are happy for our fellow union members and county employees that recently received a contract with a 2, and 3%. Good for them. Now, why is it that you believe we deserve less? That our families deserve less? Santa Barbara County is such a beautiful place to live and raise our families, but we are barely able to stay afloat with the rising cost of everything. As much as we have given up, the 1% your team is proposing is flat out disappointing. We have hope that you will look deep inside yourselves and make it right with your frontline workers and direct your team to bargain a fair and equitable agreement. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ken Westall, and then to be followed by Monica Ruiz.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate having the opportunity to come before you. I think when everybody goes down memory lane with this a little bit, we realize that there were some big give-backs about 8 years ago when the economy was bad. You had a housing crisis, and a lot of the frontline staff gave things back. I think it's maybe time now that it goes a little bit the other way, particularly considering that healthcare costs are slated to go up about 7% this year. And I do think the board could probably do a little better than the 1% there, considering the past history of this, because the frontline staff of the county really did go kind of above and beyond when the economy was bad to help the county, and I would just hope the county could return that favor a little bit at this point. I read something the other day that going forward, Supervisor Lavnino wanted to tie this to, I think, CPI of Southern California. There was some article I read about tying salaries to CPI in Southern California, and I might be incorrect on that. But that maybe going forward, that be something that's looked at. But I think what this is really about today is simply trying to help out with this big healthcare hit that's coming, seeing if we can do a little better than 1% in that arena. Another thing going down memory lane was that years ago when Supervisor Schwartz and Urbanski were sitting up here, there had been a big push, and this is going back about 18, 20 years, to have flexible work schedules and telecommuting. It was a big push, and that a lot of people who could telecommute would be doing it. Not only would that be a benefit to the employees, but, air pollution, all the above. And that's something I still think, should be on the table, particularly considering that we have all this, allegedly have all this technology today. So, the advances in internet and everything else, I just hope that would stay on the table too, because this county was trying to be a leader in being able to telecommute when and where it worked. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and whatever you can do for the frontline employees is much appreciated. Thank you.
Monica Ruiz, to be followed by Elissa Robles.
Hello, my name is Monica Ruiz. I'm a proud member of the SEIU Local 721, and I'm here in support of the Local 620. Our jobs have changed greatly over the years with increased workloads and for the most vulnerable in our community. By providing more resources, the board has the opportunity to invest in our families and communities to help strengthen the Santa Barbara County. It's just a shame that we have to be here once again, taking time away from our jobs to remind you that what we do is important and that we deserve more acknowledgement than what we receive. Thank you.
Elissa Robles, followed by Victoria Arce.
members of the board, CEO, and county staff. My name is Elisa Robles, and I'm a SEIU 721 member and a probation assistant. I've served the county for 25 years, 19 of those years as a probation assistant. I'm here today to urge the board to help provide the necessary resources to help strengthen our community. Probation assistants do work that helps the probation officers so they can do their own field work out in the community to keep our community safe. We sometimes put our lives at risk as we serve the community and try to make Santa Barbara County safe for all. Yet probation assistants have no mobility in their job classification despite the risk. We need a path to grow, and we need more resources to serve our community. When we hear about the takeaways, that's essentially eroding the community by impacting services we provide. We want our families and community to move forward, not backwards. Please help us maintain the resources needed to do our jobs, but also improve the quality of the services we provide. Thank you for your time.
Victoria Arce, to be followed by Jeanette Brown.
Good morning, members of the board, county staff. My name is Victoria Arce, and I'm a proud SEIU 721 member. I'm a career employment specialist and have been with the county for 20 years this month. I'm here today in solidarity with my 620 brothers and sisters, and also with those from 721, my other brothers and sisters who have made many sacrifices throughout the years to keep our county running. In the past, board members have come out to our work sites and observed the work that we do. You saw the value in having trained and experienced professionals provide the services to some of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. Ours are not easy jobs to master. It takes time to learn the ropes and to train staff. It's important for our county to retain the very best workers and prevent them from leaving to neighboring counties. In the past 3 weeks, we have lost a total of 6 social workers. We want to keep the best workers in the county to serve our community. We are here today to urge the board to help us strengthen Santa Barbara County by providing more resources and investing in our families and the community as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Jeanette Brown. And following Jeanette is Bruce Corso as our final speaker.
Wah, 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 wah. Thank you. In March, and I'm using a few notes, March 26th, I retired from the County of Santa Barbara, 21 years. I made a decision at that time based on the fact that my income wasn't meeting my expenses. 21 years. I was going more and more in debt, about $200 a month. And I decided instead of retiring at 70, I would retire at 69, and I did. So here I am. I'm here hopefully to get your attention and say, would you open your ears and listen to what these people have said? Okay? Because it really doesn't change anything in my life now. I'm done. When I retired, I had to make a decision. If I would come before this board and receive from you a commendation, I chose not to. Because I'd come before this board numerous times in the past, and this is what you heard. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Last time before the board, because I didn't want somebody here to write up something about me when you had no clue what my life looked like. When I live in Lompoc, I see people in Lompoc who are on public assistance living in better homes. You can ask my coworkers what I drive. It's always been a used car, generally paid $2,500 for it. That's what I could afford. And I was a child support officer, top of the line. These people are trying to do the same thing. So please, unplug your ears, No longer listen to the wah, 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 and hear what they have to say. Thank you.
Bruce Corsaw. Bruce is our final speaker.
Good morning, Board. My name is Bruce Corsaw. I'm staff with Local 620. I can repeat a lot of what the members have said today, but I think you kind of got it. Hopefully it sunk into most of you. Anyways, just some corrections that was made. Yes, we have a 1% COLA being proposed to us, 1% equity. Last year, equity was given to many of the departments to the tune of about between 4 and 4.5%. Local 620 got 0.3% in equity. We are your largest group. When you talk 1% with our group, you're talking approximately $1.8 million with roll-ups. It is a big number. As such, I believe that the board is hesitant about providing adequate salary increases. Yes, health insurance has gone up. I need to point out to our members and to you one more time that the county, under our contract, picks up 100% of the employee coverage, but you do not pick up our dependent coverage. In lieu of that, we get unit cash. The unit cash now is so far behind that we'll never be able to care for our dependents in this county. It has been raised since 2005, I believe. That was one of the giveaways we gave back to you, along with a couple COLAs. Last year's increase, last contract's increase was embarrassing. A 2, 1, and 1, and we had to fight for the 1 in the second year, and everyone got a Me Too on us and benefited from it. We got a 6-month delay at getting our money. Again, treated differently. What I provided you a minute ago was a survey from our ADMHS group. I know they like to be called, the management likes to call them Be Well or Behavioral Wellness. Hopefully you study that, read it. We are in discussions with management, CEO's office, and county HR. We've been fighting for most of the month, for a fair salary. Yes, our proposal was fair. It was not our last, best, and final. Last week, the county did provide their last, best, and final. I suspect this week when we negotiate, you guys are going to declare impasse. At no point do I believe this county wants to bargain fairly with its group right now. I'm asking you to step up, direct your staff to come in with a fair contract and give them the authority to do so. You've lost too many employees and you're losing more and you cannot afford it. Thank you.
Yeah, I do. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break before we start on our D agenda. Are we on? All right. And for our next act, we're going to do departmental item number 1. Mr. Allen, would you read that in, please?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item 1 is from Behavioral Wellness. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Behavioral Wellness Semi-Annual Metrics Report.
Dr. Gleghorn.
Good morning, Supervisors. This item we were asked to bring as a D agenda item so we could go into a little more in-depth discussion on each of the outcomes that were requested and approved by the board back in February. You have a report, full report, in your materials, the final 2 pages of which have the original template that the board approved February 9th or something last year. This includes details on how we collect this information, and I will remind the board that our goal here was to provide on a biannual basis or semi-annual basis data that we can reliably and accurately collect and report on over time. So there were a large volume of slides with data and information presented in December, and this report then builds on the information and provides the first 2 quarters of data for fiscal year 15-16. The second report will then be an annual report for the entire 15-16 fiscal year. Now, when we collect data for our services, there is a time lag associated with that data being available to extract and analyze. So that's why you're getting the first 2 quarters now, because we're confident that all the data has come in and is not going to change for those first 2 quarters. For the period that just finished at the end of June, there's still time while those notes and things are being finalized. So there is a time lag on these reports, but that's the rough schedule that we're looking for. So the first variable, if we can get the report on the screen, the slides are simply the tables that are already in your report. So the first area of interest were demographic variables of who are the clients that are being served by the system, the behavioral wellness system. So this is divided left side and right side. Alcohol and drug programs, again, these are primarily contracted services. And on the right-hand side, the mental health system of care is a combination of community-based organizations and our own civil service clients. So we've divided this up, and I'm not going to read through all of the numbers, but this is the first demographic slide showing essentially by age groups our children's services versus our adult and older adult services, and also divided by region, south, west, and north. Again, left side is contracted organizations, right side is both. And then at the bottom of the page are the divisions by genders, again by region, and then each column at the end of each section shows the year-to-date total for each of those services. So this is essentially half-yearly data. Many of the clients in the mental health system are with the system for the entire year. Many of the clients in the ADP system are only connected for a period of several months. So when you look at these numbers on an annual basis, you'll see a lot more on the ADP side at the end of the year, while the mental health system side will grow only slightly.
Supervisor.
Supervisor
Wolf.
Thank you. Dr. Gleghorn, I have a question on that, on the first slide. I'm just wondering, so we know that, say for instance, probation, some of their, I'll just look at the kids, you know, they may be in ADP programs or receiving mental health services. Are those kids included in these numbers, or how do they become a part of your system? Or am I to assume that all probation is part of your system?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, I'm going to take a stab at this, and then I'm going to turn to Dr. Howard and see if I got it right. If they are referred to our system and actually enrolled in services that are connected with our system, that is, we're funneling the billing through us, then they would appear in this. If probation contracts on their own with an alcohol and drug provider, I'm guessing we don't have that data because that organization would have their own contract with probation and they wouldn't appear in our system.
Okay.
Which
All
is
right.
correct. So,
Thank you for that.
ethnicity data, again, I will say that we developed these slides very quickly last night because we thought everybody would have the report. So there's a little shifting on the columns there, southwest and north. We're also including clients who are served out of county, but they're our clients. And then primary language spoken, or it's the language that people would like to receive services in. Yeah. So for clients that speak a language other than English or Spanish, we do have translation services. Moving to the next area of focus, there was a lot of interest in looking at the crisis service utilization, particularly given the expansions that we've gone through in the last couple of years. So as you know, we now have triage and mobile services in each region, and this is the volume of clients each region is serving. On the left-hand side, triage, and in the middle, mobile. Separately, we have 2 crisis residential programs. The South program actually opened at the very beginning of Q1. Is that right? Oh, well, it was but South opened for the first time. North, these both are being provided by a new vendor in this fiscal year. North actually has more beds available. There are 12-bed facilities. South has 8. But the nice statistic on this slide is that those programs are being successful in graduating individuals back to lower level settings. 80% of the clients were stabilized without needing hospitalization within 30 days of their crisis residential discharge.
Well, you know, if we could talk about that one for a minute. You know, how do we have anything to compare that to? I mean, how do we know that the people who weren't treated wouldn't have had the same outcome?
Well, I don't think
What's it compared to?
we don't have, you know, we're setting up services, we're not setting up research studies, so we don't have, you know, a control group of what happens when you don't get crisis residential services. You know, that's simply not available for us because we don't randomize people to whether they're getting crisis residential or not. We can compare them to what happens to people when we don't have a space at the facility, but you know, we're not really set up to do that kind of research on our services. So if I was showing you a statistic that showed after you go to crisis residential, 80% actually end up being hospitalized after that, I would say we're probably going in the wrong direction with that service because it's meant to be a stabilization and graduate to the lower level of care. So we kind of have to look at we are looking at what happens to them after they leave, but you know, we don't have a control group per se.
Well, maybe not a control, but are we keeping track, and when will we start reporting? And I understand the lag concept, and maybe some of these other things in terms of follow-up are going to take another lag.
Mm-hmm.
But we're intending in the future to be able to demonstrate or depict graphically what happens to people after they go through these interventions?
Yes, and again, this is a brief metrics report. We actually have in-depth reports on the crisis residential services and what the specific disposition are on each of those folks. You know, that's That's posted on our website, isn't it? Not quite yet. Okay, so we do have a more in-depth analysis, and a lot of our reports are posted on our website that dive in deep on different outcomes, particularly if we've had a state funding through a grant. We have an evaluation that is posted on the website. So there's more detail. This is intended to be a brief update of the metrics that were requested by the board.
Okay. Supervisor Farr, Supervisor Lavanino, and then Wolf, if she turns her light back on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gleghorn, not on this slide, but on the page in Attachment A, page 2, you also have a couple of other charts to do with triage service location and mobile service location. And with that, you have broken down, I guess, where the referrals come from. So one is ER hospital, one is the office/phone, one is the community, and one is other. So those are the locations that your people are hearing from? No. What does that mean?
Supervisor Farr, through the chair, that is the actual location where the service is being provided. So for the triage service, the first one is ER, emergency room or hospital, and it's divided out by region. That means the triage team actually went to that location to interact with the client and provide the service. So if it says phone, that means they resolved it over the phone.
Okay. So let's go back to the ER. So does the hospital then call you and the triage team comes to the hospital? I mean, I don't know why the hospital would be, in effect, the triage team in that instance.
So actually, Supervisor Farr, through the chair, if you look at the next one over, mobile, you'll see the numbers there are a lot higher for the volume of service being provided in the hospital. Typically what happens is our mobile team gets called into a hospital in order to make a determination of whether someone meets the 5150 criteria. And if they get there and determine this is probably not someone who requires 5150 services, but could be connected with our outpatient services, they would call triage, and then triage could come and connect immediately with that person. So this is not giving you data on the referral source or the first call for any of these services. This is simply where did they perform this service.
Okay. Is that data that, because then I don't think that data is in here.
It's not in this report, no.
Okay. But is that data that we could get?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think that's important to know where the calls are coming from, because in one of my questions when I thought we were talking about referrals was, where does law enforcement fit into all of this? Because I know that, there's kind of an ongoing concern about, oftentimes law enforcement is the one that's called, somebody sees somebody on the street behaving erratically, and so law enforcement is the first one to step in. And so how your department meshes with those scenarios, I think is really important, because then we're getting into, where's your department, and then the deputy has no choice but take the person to the jail, and then we're into, all of those issues. So I think the referral information, including the role of law enforcement, is really important. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair, I've actually spent time with our mobile crisis team down in the south, and there are a number of calls that come in from law enforcement, and our mobile crisis workers are very well connected with the law enforcement partners, and there's lots of discussions about, are you, downtown? Do you need me to come there? Should we meet at the hospital? There's a lot of conversations going on all the time with law enforcement about what steps need to be taken with a particular individual that they may be coming in contact with. So there is a lot of interaction.
Okay. Well, again, there's been so much discussion about how do we divert people that are mentally ill or in crisis, from the jail to begin with, so that they're then not in that system and then having to assist them there and try to get them out of it and into better care. So I think that that's a critical juncture that we really need to really explore and understand better.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair, not in this report, but in the annual report, we will have data from the Crisis Stabilization Unit, because it hadn't been open not long enough time in this period. And I've been looking at that data that comes out on a monthly basis, and it definitely breaks down where are we getting the calls from for people who could be served in the Crisis Stabilization Unit rather than going to the hospital or another restricted setting. So those numbers do show interactions with law enforcement, and it is our objective to continue to grow those referrals from that source.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Gleghorn, so kind of following up on Supervisor Adams' point a little bit, in the tracking of the outcomes, the best we're ever going to know, though, is that the person just did not come back for service, correct? I mean, that'll be, because we're not going to follow these people and find out if they, got healthy or they moved or they passed away. We're not going to follow the person.
Supervisor Lavignino, through the chair. So many of these people are intimately tied to our system already. And so they are connected to our outpatient system, or we will see them again coming into the psychiatric health facility. We can do analysis to see whether mobile crisis is the first time they've had an involvement with us, or whether they are regularly associated with us. We didn't provide that data. That
Right.
wasn't a question, but we do have a number, as I've spoken here before, of high utilizers that hit our systems, all the various systems, in a variety of ways. So we could actually and do want to track those folks, but do we follow everyone who ever comes into contact with mobile crisis for 12 months? No.
Right.
But if there's a need to try and connect them, we may connect triage with them and try to get them into our systems, so we wouldn't lose touch.
So I think what Supervisor Adam was saying maybe, and what I was thinking was when we say like, well, 80% did not come back for service. Well, 80%, right. So, I mean, we're not going out and finding out why they didn't come back for service. We assume and we're hoping that mobile crisis worked.
Supervisor, Supervisor Lavignino, through the chair, the statistic that's up on the page is really about crisis residential. And after you've stayed in this environment for up to 30 days, when you got discharged, did you go right back into a hospital? Or were you stable enough that you were able to maintain in the community? And obviously, that's what we're going for. And so it's a good statistic that people are stabilizing after their stay there. Next.
Yeah. Supervisor Colonel.
It seems that we collect enough data that we should be able to, as you're trying to do, Dr. Gleghorn, provide some outcomes, some data that reflects how we're doing with certain outcomes. But I'm just wondering, and certainly it's a reminder to this board that more could always be done to do longitudinal and to maybe do an audit of some of the patients to better understand what the outcome was when they've interfaced with the crisis response teams, to maybe track a sample of them every few years maybe, or depending however you approach it. But it requires resources, unfortunately. But I think it would be good for this board to know what kind of resources you're looking at, and to do, I don't know that you have to do develop this super huge longitudinal assessment, but I think you could do something. I'm wondering, maybe every other year, pick a random sample of our patients or clients that are that have gone through the different systems, to try to do an intensive evaluation of what transpires. Do a random sample is what I'm saying, of patients in different, that are receiving different services, to see what kind of disposition they had after those services. To get to, I think, what Supervisor Adam is saying, how do we know if we're being effective or not? And usually you do that only by finding a baseline of some sort and evaluating based on, from that. So I guess you're not equipped to do longitudinal studies, But short of that, beyond the data you collect, I'm just wondering if you could talk about what it would take to do more of a sample to give the board better outcomes.
Supervisor Carvajal, through the chair. So one of the reasons I mentioned the grants is because the grants actually allow us to bring on really good system partners and UCSB evaluators who have done more in-depth analysis of the impact of specific things that have been developed. So when we've had developed the triage teams, there's a UCSB analysis of how those monies supported an intervention and what were the outcomes there. So when we have funding for evaluation, we are able to do more in-depth analysis. Dr. Howard is able to do some different analysis, and one of the reports she's developed recently is a look at these high utilizers. High utilizers of mental health services, and what are the characteristics. We're trying to use that then to see if we can handle those issues better, more effectively in our system. But we have Dr. Howard. She has one data analyst, and she has one epidemiologist under her for the entire department. And so we are limited in what we're able to do on a regular basis because we have our state and federal requirements for data analysis that are ongoing. So it is a balance, but when we do have grant monies available, we try and use the professors at UCSB to great use and provide that information to the board as well. That's right. We did have one today on the agenda. So, okay. All right. I'm going to move on. Moving to timeliness to care. This is actually one of the measures that is a required metric for the state. And I will start by saying we are not content with the way this data is currently collected in our system and are in the process of developing a screen on our electronic health records so that we can have more fine-tuned analysis of these metrics. So when we look at our access line calls, this is our 24/7 line, and calls come in and are divided into urgent, I think it's urgent and acute, is that it? Emergency and urgent. And so many of the calls are dealt with immediately. And so these numbers reflect those people who are not dealt immediately, how many of them come back within 24 hours. So when you look at the children's, it's at 77%. A lot of those are ones that were already handled, and these are the ones that were handled within 24 hours. And also includes the gaps there also include when people went out to interact with clients and no one was there, that kind of thing. So we have a pretty good follow-up rate in terms of people being seen within 24 hours on the adult. And on the children's side, it says provided by safety. That's our contractor for after hours and any urgent emergency child service.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gleghorn, what are the definitions of emergency versus urgent?
I'd have Dr. Howard answer that for you.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So the definition, we have three options. One is routine, one is urgent, one is emergency. An urgent call is probably somebody who needs to be seen within 24 hours. Otherwise, probably they're going to end up in the hospital. But they don't need to be seen right at that moment. An emergency call is they need to be seen within an hour, if not two. Otherwise, they will end up they're a danger to self, danger to others, gravely disabled. They're likely going to be in the hospital.
Okay, but can you give me some examples between, what would you consider an emergency and what would you consider urgent that you could get to in a day?
So Supervisor Farr, through the chair, emergency calls are the ones that our mobile team would go out and respond to. So those are kind of the threats of harm to self, threats of harm to others,
So potential 5150s.
Potential 5150s, those are considered emergencies. So an urgent call might be, a parent with a teenager who's moody and yelling a lot, but hasn't threatened anybody and hasn't done any harm to themselves. Okay, that's someone we might want to, and has had a crisis at school or something like that. So we'd want to connect them with the services as soon as possible, but it wouldn't require a mobile crisis worker. Now that we have triage staff, they may go out and handle some of the things that look urgent but not emergency, right? And safety is really kind of our response for those situations for children.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, what we would need to do to improve the percentage for children up from 77%.
Do you want to describe what that
Is that because that's a contract? I mean, trying to figure out how we can make this better.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. For our children with the safety program, a bulk of the other 23% that you see up there they're handled over the phone. They don't need to be handled in person. And so what this measure is looking at is that we've seen the person face to face within 24 hours. And on the adult side, that works out well unless the client is not present where they said they would be when we go out to meet them. But from what we understand with our contract provider that provides the safety program is that they actually will handle many of these calls many of these issues over the phone and not need to go out face to face. So I'm not sure. We'd have to talk with the contractor to find out sort of what percent that is their number actually 5% that they can't find the person. We're not really sure. We'd have to probably do some research with them to find out what percentage of clients they're not able to get to within 24 hours if the call is not handled over the phone.
Okay, well, I mean, again, if it's classified as urgent, and that the definition of that is that, they really need to have somebody from our department have contact with them within a 24-hour period, then I'm just wondering why those numbers aren't higher, because this is saying, being seen face to face in 24 hours. So to me, if the definition holds true, then a phone call is not supposed to be adequate. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been considered an urgent call to begin with. So anyway, and because it's a contractor, I just think that it's something that we should, find out more about. And these are children. These are, everybody under the age of 18. So I think it would be good to know, if we're getting the service that we should have for that contract.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair, again, looking back at the report, so this is not information that's on the slide, you can see that the goal is that urgent calls are seen within 24 hours, but some clients are referred directly to hospital and emergency care. So in that case, they wouldn't be in these numbers because they were seen elsewhere, not by safety. So that missing 23% includes those where they took the call and said
it was an
this
emergency.
needs to go to the emergency room, and so safety wouldn't be the contact. Safety intervenes when it's something that doesn't go to the hospital, right? They try to keep them out. So that those are included, as well as they go out and no one's at the address that they were told.
Okay. Well, again, it would be nice to have then a further breakdown. So these are the percentages of urgent, and then the remaining percentage is broken down between emergency and you couldn't find them or something like that. Thank you.
Okay, so the next metrics involve when clients are moving to first routine psychiatric appointment following a call to get care, and the second box is essentially the same variable, but it's just an appointment in general rather than an appointment with a psychiatrist. And again, we have to put a special lens on when we're looking at children, because when we're dealing with children, we don't necessarily say these kids need to be medicated. Sometimes we work with them for a while before we decide that a referral to the psychiatrist for a medication is the most appropriate way to go. So when you're looking at those numbers, they're going to be longer because it's not always the case that a child will go and visit the psychiatrist. So with adults, a time to first routine psychiatric appointment, again, routine as opposed to an urgent or emergency kind of situation. For adults, the average is 24 days, and 20% of clients are seen actually within 2 weeks. With the children, the average is 34 days, with 11% being seen within 14 days. For routine contact with any mental health service, for adults, the average is 14 days, and 46% are seen within a 14-day window. For children, the average is 12 days, and 64% are seen within 14 days.
Supervisor Farr and then Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gleghorn, you used the term specialty mental health services. So what does that mean? I need to get to some definitions here. What
So,
exactly is that?
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So, and this is something that with the advent of the Affordable Care Act, our system has greater definition about the population that is supposed to be seen within the mental health plan, as opposed to people who can be seen within their primary care system. So our system and mental health plan focuses on those with severe and persistent mental illness. On the child end, it's kids who look like they may be developing a long-term mental illness, as opposed to a simple adjustment disorder or a reaction to grief or something like that. So our services don't serve the mild to moderately mentally ill who are supposed to be seen within primary care. So this is, we've done a phone contact. We believe that this person, either on the adult or the child side, is going to meet the medical necessity criteria for our specialty mental health services, and they're referred. There are a lot of people that call our access lines that in discussions with them, they've got private insurance, or they don't sound like they're going to meet our services, and we'll do that screening, and those will be people that actually don't end up coming to our system. They will be referred to the primary care system through Holman, SenCal. Okay.
Okay, so SMHS simply means the services that you provide.
Specialty mental health service,
that
yeah.
That a patient qualifies for by the initial diagnosis, as opposed to something that is milder that would get referred to public health or
Yes.
Another way. Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Wolf.
So I have a similar question about the average days for children in the second chart. So if they call the urgent access line and they're talking to someone, and would that person give them an appointment at that time, or would they say call in the morning and make an appointment?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. So again, this is one of the areas that we're trying to have a better screening tool so we can put this data and get better timeliness data. But we have a 24/7 access that answers after hours, which is a contractor. And so they typically would take the information, and then the call would be returned in the morning, if this is non-urgent, non-emergency, right? And during the day, when we have our own people answering the phone, we can offer appointments and schedule during the course of that call if it looks like it's a client who will meet the criteria for our services.
You know, I would obviously love to see that number go down, but then I seem to recall that when we had our early discussions on system change, that I think it may have been 6 weeks before we were seeing some of the kids that were coming in. And Doctor, I don't know if you can maybe comment on, it seems to me that we've improved over time. Is that something that you've seen, you can document?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, yes. I think what you're referring to is the Tri-West report, where
Yes.
we showed that the average wait time to see a psychiatrist for children and for adults was much longer than what you see on the screen there. So we have made some improvements over the last 3 years, I think it's been, since the Tri-West report came out, on our wait times to see a psychiatrist. Some of that comes from changes at the clinic level, so scheduling appointments, setting, scheduling blocks of appointment times for new clients to come in and adjusting schedules of psychiatrists to meet the demands in different parts of the region. But then we also made a modification to how we measure the wait time to see a psychiatrist. In the Tri-West report, they used the time, or they started with the date the person called the access line to the time they saw a psychiatrist. And as you can imagine, there's many intervening variables that could come into play with how long it takes from the time they first call the access line to the first time they see a psychiatrist. That could be months. Sometimes it was years because the person just never came in, et cetera. So we made a modification to say, okay, we know when the person comes into our department because they've been admitted. We've done an intake on them. So let's measure from the date of intake or admission to the time they first see a psychiatrist. So the numbers are lower because of that, but if I measure it the other way, the original Tri-West way, if you want to say it that way, we've definitely gone down as well. And
Okay, so apples to apples, we would have gone down, but
Yes,
this chart is
absolutely.
apples to oranges.
Yes, it's in the same ballpark. It's a fruit category, but they're different fruits. Yes. And the pardon me, in the Tri-West report, I believe, I'm going off the top of my head, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 days for adults, and I think it was in the low 70s for children. I just can't recall completely, but if we measure it apples to apples, it's much less. It's more like in the 40s and 30s.
Supervisor Wolf, through the
yes.
chair, too, I do want to say that the state standard, and one of the reasons we're trying to change our screens, is that you're offering an appointment. When is the appointment offered? Is it within a certain number of days? The state is looking at 10 or 7. And so we need to refine our data collection because, as Dr. Howard says, there's a lot of variables. I could say, I can see you on Thursday, you can go to this clinic, but you'd rather go to a clinic that's, in a different part of the county, or that you've already got another appointment that day, so you as a client say, I'd like an appointment farther out. So we're trying to refine our measurement of this so we can be in compliance with what the state and federal government want to see.
Okay,
which
well,
is that
that's really
appointment be
an
offered.
interesting standard, because I was wondering, what is the industry standard or state standard? So did you say it's 7 to 10 days for children?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, I don't believe the state has landed yet on whether it's 7 or 10. Those are the numbers we've been hearing. But the expectation is that we would be able to offer an appointment to the client within one of those metrics. We don't necessarily then have to provide that service within that. It's because it's
Yeah, no,
client-driven.
Okay. I get it. But, okay. Thank you.
All right, so let's move to the outcome data that we have in our report. So as we've discussed here previously, we have begun to do 2 types of outcome metrics within our child and our adult system of care. About a year and a half ago or so, or is it 2 years? I thought it was October. I guess we're in September almost. So that's right. Almost 2 years ago, we adopted the we began to train our child provider in the use of the CANS report, which is a lengthy report that divides into the different domains, general areas that you see on the screen there. And we are been working with our providers. The last time I brought you numbers, it was about how many reports had been collected at an initial time period. This slide actually shows for the clients that we had a time 1 and a time 2 comparison, were there changes on those scores that were either in an improvement direction, so positive change is sort of the teal blue color there, negative change, that is, they actually got worse in that area between time 1 and time 2, and then the lavender part is on that metric, there was no change during those 2 comparison periods. And as we have more and more measures and more programs that have a baseline plus a comparison, we'll continue to be able to look at, do we think people are getting better once they're getting our care, or is there a negative outcome, or is there simply no change? So looking at these different areas, you can see that actually there were a lot of areas that had a majority of the kids showing a positive change, very few where there was a negative change, and a smaller proportion for most of the areas where there was a neutral dimension. So this actually is your change chart over time. But again, we need to continue to collect the data, because this is a sample across all programs that had a time 1 and time 2 metric.
Okay, where's the time component in this?
So again, we started with all of the children in our system, so it wasn't necessarily at admission for them, because some of them had been there already.
Right.
So we have what we'll just call an initial assessment, and then a 1-year follow-up. So over a year's period of time. Oh, I'm sorry, every
Yeah, I
6
was gonna
months,
say,
never
I
mind.
thought we were doing that every 6 months, okay.
I thought it was annual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I hope
Every 6
not,
months.
because that's a long time. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to go for a whole entire year without reassessing what's going on, I think that's a really long time.
Chair Adam, yes, I agree. We're also looking at areas that if you measure them too frequently, you're really not going to see any change at all. So it is a balance of,
Yeah, I
you know,
think 6
you
months
got to
is
give
reasonable.
a length of time for the intervention to work, too.
Mhm.
So-
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So then we switch to the adult metric. This is the milestones of recovery.
Wait a minute, it's
Skip.
just, before we move on, and I have the same kind of problem with this one as well. There doesn't seem to be a time component, so let's go back one more slide. And when we have 5 years under our belt and we have 10 assessments on those people, how am I going to be able to tell what happened over time? Where we came from and to?
Chair Adam, we can pull these reports out in a different way. We may be able to look at baseline, 6-month, year, and track individually, that kind of thing, or if there's change in that direction. I must say that these are complex scales, and it was challenging to come up with how do we display this in the most easily digestible form for the public. So we'll continue to work on whether, you know, we can show clear trends, whether we can look at programmatic differences. I think in general, this is what you want to see. You want to see a lot of positive change. Is that something that just keeps going up in this direction? Is there variability? Do people tend to show a lot of advance within the first 6 months and then not so much? Those are questions that we can't answer yet, but we'll be able to dive in and see what we can display as we get more data.
Okay, so what you're telling me is this may not be fully developed.
Chair Adam, what I'm telling you is that as we move forward with more data, I know you were interested in seeing kind of a trend line. And so we can experiment with different ways to display this data, because this is one way, and I think it shows one message, but we only have 2 points in time. So as we get more than 2 points in time, we may be able to show different things.
Okay.
I know, clinicians are going to be looking at these numbers for their specific clients and am I seeing a trend or not? The challenge is, how do you summarize that for a large group of people with various lengths of follow-up? All right, so moving to the milestones of recovery scale. Again, this is a metric that gives you numbers between 1 and 8 with, I always flip this in my mind. One is the lower level of engagement. So clients that are getting scores in the 1 to 3 range are folks that really haven't connected with the system very well. We're trying to outreach with them. They may be in denial of a problem. They may be resistant to care. And as you go up the scale, you may have people that are functioning poorly, but they are working with our system. They are engaged in treatment. And as you get up to the higher scores, 6 and 8, people may have an ongoing serious mental illness, but they're complying with their medication. They're seeing their therapist. They're working on life functioning and maybe getting employment and things like that. So when you look at our different programs, we began with these outpatient programs just recently to have them to collect this metric. And they're collecting it every 6 months. Our full service partnership programs have actually been using this metric longer, and they collect it on a monthly basis. So we're able to look there more at, you know, what's changing on a monthly basis, because those are initially anyway some of our clients that have the most issues. So when you look at our different programs, you're seeing here that there is not a lot of the higher need people in our outpatient program. Again, that's the teal bar. Those folks are more likely to be in our full service partnership and ACT programs. So this does look like we're seeing about the right level of people in our outpatient programs. And this is simply a baseline because that's all we had for the majority of the system at this point in time. Moving to our full service partnership programs where they collect this on a monthly basis, you can see different distributions according to the type of program you're looking at. So we have from left to right our ACT program in Lompoc, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and then our supportive housing programs in Santa Barbara and Santa Maria.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, going back to the previous chart, you kind of had, while you broke down by area the transitional age youth programs, the adult outpatient was all for, I guess, the whole county was in that first chart. Although when we go to the next chart, it does seem to be more broken out regionally. So, you know, I personally think that's important because I know that we have different CBOs, different partnerships in different parts of the county, and you know, for example, if they're working better in Santa Maria and overall we have a greater percentage of clients that are you know, at least engaged and on up to advanced recovery, I think that would be good to know because I think that gets into, you know, how well are those partnerships working, you know, the CBOs versus, you know, county staff involved. And, you know, with the 3 different areas that we have the clinics, I don't know, I think it would be good to know, have a little bit more information in the future about how specifically the breakdown with the partnerships with everybody that are serving these clients are doing. And I think, my sense is that some are doing better than others, and then that begs the question of, you know, why is that? So.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So just for clarification, these are our outpatient programs. Outpatient programs are all civil service programs. We can break out adult outpatient by region. We just didn't do that in this slide. Not sure why, but we didn't. And we can do that in the future. But this is civil service. When you go to here, we're looking again at a different type of program. This is a full service partnership program, which is a much higher intensity service than an outpatient program. And several of these are, as you say, community-based organizations. ACT Lompoc, ACT Santa Maria are both community-based organizations. And I believe the supportive housings are both community-based organizations as well. The only civil service program on this chart is ACT Santa Barbara.
See, I need to ask you about this. So this is based on the MORS?
These are the baseline scores, so the initial time that the MORS was done with clients in their program. So this is just the baseline. Because one of the questions is, are these programs serving who they should serve? Remember, this is our highest intensity outpatient program, or our highest intensity community level program. So you expect to see a high number of people who are poorly functioning in these programs, because if they're functioning well, they should probably be graduated to outpatient. So the first question you have is, do we have the right people in here? And you actually see very few people in the top tiers, the advanced recovery, early recovery, and coping rehabilitating. So those are you don't even have some percentages in those categories here, right? And then you move to the poorly coping, but they're engaged. That's a good thing. That's what you want to see in this high-intensity program. And then when you get down to the very low scores, that's where our outreach and engagement piece of these programs is really trying to work, going out and getting them moved into that, they're not doing very well, but at least they're with us category.
Okay.
So we are serving the right level of people in these programs from looking at these charts.
When you're looking at these depictions of the descriptions of the various colors there, you're basically looking at a 1 to 8 scale, because I noticed there's eight colors there.
Yep.
So you've defined each number on the Morse scale.
Right.
Okay.
So,
That
and it
was
goes, the colors on the bottom
readily
are the
apparent.
ones, and then as you go up, you've got the higher
Eights.
functioning.
Yeah,
Up to the
okay.
eights. Yeah.
Well, that's very helpful. I didn't get that.
Okay. All right. All right, so that's just baseline. And then when you're looking at changes, so again, this gets into the complexity of when you're doing frequent measures, what are you looking at? So this actually looked at the initial measure that we had on these folks, so the baseline MORS, again, which was not necessarily their admission to that program because we started this recently, and then the most recent MORS. So for some clients, there would be 6 scores, and we took 1 versus 6. For other clients, it might be 1 versus 12, right? So, overall, are you looking at positive change, negative change, no change, or were we missing a MORS score for a client? So the top would be we might have had a baseline, but we didn't have a follow-up. So that's a data collection and a data entry problem with the programs that we need to follow up on. You can see, again, these are our hardest to reach client. We're seeing 20% or less, so a fifth or less showing positive changes. We're showing about, varies there, but around a quarter of them showing worsening of their symptoms, so they're not getting better. We're showing about half of them or more for one of those programs that are not showing any change when we're comparing those scores. So this is data that we need to look into more because it doesn't look like a lot of them are improving. Again, these are our clients that have the greatest needs, but in this just back of the envelope thumbnail sketch of what kind of change are we seeing, I'd like to see different numbers here.
And these things are going to get cleaned up in time as you get
Yes.
more evaluations of people and you run through, or it becomes a diminishing effect on the statistics when you only have one score. You have somebody that you have a 1 score on, and it's not a comparison between the two.
Correct, and again, this is our first time coming to you with this report. We might want to make further refinements like, well, let's look at change over time, but let's look at the numbers when we have at least 6 months of data. Because again, these are some of our hardest to work with clients. They have the most number of issues, right? Or we might want to say, well, let's look at 6 months and 12 and see if it's really hard to get anywhere in the first 6 months, but do we get farther in the first year? We can do things like that when we have more data and when we're not just doing a kind of a broad overview-y kind of report.
Okay.
Okay? All right. All right, so we were also asked to provide information on inpatient utilization. And so these are the demographics of clients with hospitalizations. And this data is primarily data for our psychiatric health facility and then any other psychiatric hospitalization that happen for clients that are part of our system, even if those happen out of county. So we'll get data if someone from our county and involved with our system winds up in a hospital in San Diego. We get that information. So this is a summary of all of those. So you can see just by the numbers where, how many people had a hospitalization for psychiatric reasons in Q1 and in Q2. And it's broken out by, well, where do they live in our county? Who are they? And you can see the majority of those hospitalizations are happening amongst South County folk, followed by North County folk, followed by West County folk. The out-of-county category there is people who are hospitalized in the PUF but actually live outside our county. Okay? This actually shows you where those folks would have been hospitalized. Our primary places where we have people in psychiatric inpatient are in the PUF, the Psychiatric Health Facility, and at Arroyo Vista Del Mar in the next county down, and then there's a number of folks who end up in other hospitals across the state. The final column there is only a half year of data, so if you're trying to mentally compare them, that's just 1/2 of the year compared to full years on the left-hand side of the dotted line. So one of the things that we also look at, and this is a state-required metric that we have, is that when someone has been in hospital, how long does it take them to get to outpatient care to receive that specialty mental health service after they've been in the hospital? So again, we're cleaning up our sheets so we're able to track this better, but it's not in place at this moment. Looking at the second bullet, the average wait time for clients seen within 10 days of hospital discharge, again, that's a state metric, was 3 days. Okay, so the average number of days it took to be seen after a discharge of those who were seen within 10 days was 3 days. 50% of the clients discharged from the psychiatric hospitals received that service within 10 days, and 13% were seen after 10 days of discharge. There's also a number of clients that actually don't live in this county, and when we discharge them from the PUF, we never see them because they go elsewhere. So that's an important thing to keep in mind when we're looking at this. And the last bullet, 37% did not receive a specialty mental health service. They may return to their home county. They may be transferred to a higher level of care, i.e. they go into an institute for mental disease somewhere else, or they may never show up for their follow-up appointments.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gleghorn, on that last point, again, I think it would be really good to be able to break down that 37% to make sure that, there aren't some other categories that we're not missing some folks that would be our responsibility. But, I think it's important to know, particularly, what of that percentage are clients that then have to go to an IMD, because that's our cost again, as opposed to those that just kind of disappear.
Okay, so the final metric that was requested by the board was information on what was termed staff accountability, and these were items that were specifically requested to be analyzed, looking at face-to-face services amongst our physicians versus non-physicians clinical staff. So we've done a lot of look at how to analyze this information, and we are focused here on our civil service clinics as compared to CBOs. We're not showing that data here, and we have differentiated between our MDs and our non-physicians. So when we look at Q1 and Q2, total number of progress notes written per month, these are just actual numbers. These are not averages. So this is the total volume of notes that were written. These were finalized notes and notes that are still pending. We have about 1,500 for physicians, 10,000 for non-physicians, and the second quarter is about 1,400 for physicians and 9,000 for non-physicians. When we look at the timeliness of the progress notes, physicians are definitely docketing their notes or finishing their notes in a more timely fashion than the non-physicians. Some of that has to do with the fact that physicians can sign their own notes, and there are other staff people who need to have their note approved by a supervisor. So we have 2.7 days average time between the service and the finalized progress note for the physicians, and 14.3 for the non-physicians in quarter one. Quarter two is average of 4 days for the physicians and 14.9 for the non-physicians.
Supervisor Farr, and then Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gleghorn, why, is there any particular reason why the number of notes, went down? Was it just that particular quarter? And that the fact that even though they were writing fewer notes, it took them longer to do it. And I also think that for the doctor signing their own notes is one thing, but I'm kind of wondering if there's any way to break down the non-physician notes between how much time between the point of service and the note was written, and then how long it takes to get it okayed and what levels there are, because obviously that seems to extend the time.
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So, there is seasonal variability in people coming to services. Certainly, we see a drop around the holidays, and so that can influence the volume of notes in a given quarter. I will say we don't typically look at data in this way. We look at data over a total year to look at how many people we're serving and what the volume of services provided were. But as I mentioned, certainly the one of the factors contributing to the time delay is that a number of clinicians write a note and then it's put in pending for approval by a supervisor and then has to go through an approval process. So there is a time delay for some level of staff. There are staff who can write and approve their own notes. It depends on the level of your degree, and also we've instituted a training process where, if you're able to demonstrate a certain proficiency with notes, some folks can move into a non-approval status. They can do their own notes, but there is that delay.
Okay, well, I think if you go to the next chart, or if there's another one, that's when we get into how much time it takes. We're talking about notes, but I'm assuming this is a write-up of what happened, which has to be fairly detailed and meet certain requirements. But it's interesting that it takes over an hour and a half on average per note for some of them. I mean, is that because
Supervisor Farr,
you can do a lot of writing in an hour and a half.
That's,
I don't understand
we need to label our tables better. Supervisor Farr, through the chair. Actually, that's the total amount of time note and service included. So it's not how long they spent writing the note. It's how long the combined service and note took together to do.
But that's not what that says.
I know.
It says average minutes per note.
Right.
So I'm assuming this is their writing time only.
And so we need to label our tables better. But if you look down at mobile and triage, that gives you a better sense, because clearly when we're dealing with someone in an acute crisis, we're going to spend longer with them, and you see the average minutes there for mobile is 95 and a half as compared to other types of contact that the physicians and non-physicians and triage teams have. And if
Okay, so then if all these numbers are supposed to include both the provision of service as well as the writing up of what happened during the provision of that service, then some of these seem like they might be kind of too short. If it's an average of 40 minutes. And anyway, I'll just leave it at that, except to say, Mr. Chair, my last comment is that I think one of the things, well, first of all, I appreciate this report. This is the first time I think we've seen a lot of this information, and it's nice to have actual numbers of, on all of this. But I think what would be helpful in the future is I don't really have anything to compare this to. So, you've mentioned a couple times about state-required, metrics, or is there some kind of state standard? I know when, I think you referenced it as far as like timeliness of care. This is where we are, how much time it takes, but the state is looking at, 7 to 10 days or something like that. So obviously, a lot of this is variable and will be unique to our county, but it seems like there are some things like the staff criteria, like the timeliness to care, where it would be good to know, what is the state standard, what is the state average, which may not be the same as what the state is looking for. And also, it would be good to know, we use our benchmark counties in so many other ways. We have several other counties in the state with very similar populations and demographics. And so it would be good to know, where they are. Are they meeting the state, standards? Are they where we are? Are they worse than where we are? Because I don't really know where to put this. I mean, I think it's really good information, but I don't know, how far we need to go to meet, the state standards, and whether that's really realistic or not compared to, what our other benchmark counties do. So that, Mr. Chair, is kind of my last comment on this, but I do appreciate the information that we did get.
Okay, well, let's go to public comment then.
Can I respond to that?
Yes?
Supervisor Farr, through the chair. So one of the things that we do every year is we have a review by the state. It's called External Quality Review, or EQRL. And in that report that the state, they come and look at us, and they also give us data. There is comparison data to the state standard, and each county has that done. And those are public reports once they're finalized. So there is a way that you can connect with that data. It's not data that we do, it's the state doing the data, but we can get you access to that for those comparison purposes.
Okay, thank you.
They
I
are
mean,
published.
I think, to have a separate column over here that says this is a state metric, or this is a state standard. Here's where we are. Here's what where they're saying we should be. Would be really helpful. In the same way that Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Lavin, it's kind of like how do we measure our progress? I mean, that kind of says, here's where we are, here's where we need to be. Some of these things we're maybe meeting or exceeding, and some of these things, we still have a long way to go on.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. I think this information has been very valuable, Dr. Gleghorn, and thank you, Doctor, for all this information. And it is hard to make a objective determination on these numbers. But, it does seem to me, without knowing what's involved in note-taking, and let me just ask this one question. Is there a difference, and I imagine there is, between what a physician writes down and what a non-physician writes down in their note?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, thank you. I was going to make that comment when that was raised by Supervisor Farr, but I forgot. Yeah, physicians can have some very short appointments if they're simply just renewing a medication, or you might have a 10-minute appointment, you might have a 5-minute appointment, because the work is really being done in a separate session with staff, but they simply need to have a prescription renewed. So there is a lot more consistency, I think, with the non-physician clinicians. But it depends on the kind of service. Again, with triage, you might have a very long contact, or you might have a brief contact because they're doing outreach.
Okay.
Right?
So then another question is, it sounds like there are some instances where these notes have to be approved by a supervisor.
Yep.
Are the notes completed electronically?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, all of our work is done through an electronic health record.
Okay. Which would imply in my mind that it's quicker, that not only is the note transmitted, but that you can also monitor the amount of time it takes to be reviewed, perhaps?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, I'd say yes and no. I think some staff have had issues, this just historically, moving from writing things down on paper to interacting with a computer to write their notes. So I think certainly some staff do that more easily than others. But in theory, yes, electronic health records are very helpful in allowing us to quantify a variety of things more quickly than we were able to do when it was all written down in charts.
Well, yeah, and I think that's really good. Just another question. Does our public health department have access to the records? In other words, if a patient comes into public health, can they access these records from mental health?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. So one of the big conundrums for all public health and mental health facilities is that there's no certified electronic health record for the state of California that does both mental health and substance abuse and primary care. Okay, so they have their own system. It's not the same system as ours. We can give them access to our system, and they can look up certain things, depending on the access levels involved with the data, but it's not the same system.
So
we are working on trying to have data sharing strategies through health information exchanges, but we don't have that.
We don't have that. And I see that as just a critical need. And kind of unbelievable that in our county we don't have that ability for the physicians to talk to each other. So did I hear you say that we're working on that, or there is that ability to do that? Let me ask you the opposite. Can a psychiatrist access mental health records? And I guess the answer would be no.
You mean a psychiatrist is in the mental health
I
records?
mean a medical, public health record.
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, not at this moment, but I actually did have a meeting yesterday with Cottage Hospital. They've developed a whole health information exchange for their services and Sansum clinics, things like that. Our public health department is part of that, being able to look into those records, but their data is not part of the system. So we have all these pieces throughout the county that are not well connected yet. It is a very ambitious thing to have all of those things. I think it's a realistic goal for the community over a period of maybe 5 years, but right now it's not a reality. We're hoping to get that look into capacity through Cottage Hospital's effort, but we don't have it yet. I will say that we do have our system available for Corizon to look at in the jail, because they need to have that information, but we don't have the ability to look at anything they're doing because they're not part of our system. So there are a lot of limitations to where the data collection and the data viewing capacities are right now, and we definitely hope to improve that.
So I guess this is a question for our CEO then. Is this something that you've been talking about or you're aware of, that our own departments, public health and mental health, can't talk to each other and get...
Well, they can't view.
Or they can't view. I mean, if I was in public health as a physician and I'm treating a patient and certain issues come up about psychiatric health care, and they've told me as a doctor I'm being treated at behavioral wellness, and if I'm understanding correctly, that doctor cannot access electronically the information from behavioral wellness to see what is the history, what are the meds. So my question is, does anyone else see this as a problem other than me? And what is your opinion on this?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, we've been talking about it in general terms. I know this issue came up regarding the criminal justice system, and you're well aware of the things from the CCP, similar to public health and mental health, and we can talk to the department some more about that. I know Dr. Watt has been talking about the electronic health system, as Dr. Gleghorn has with Cottage. So we recognize that is a challenge, and we'd have to work with the department to see how often that occurs and if there's other ways. But agreed, if we had an integrated system, that would be optimal. And as Dr. Gleghorn said, it would take some time to get there. But you're right. It appears to be a challenge that we should be able to solve over some period of time.
Well, I want to remind us, though, that what we're doing here with this report is kind of a statistical measure of success rather than what you're talking about, clinical usability of the information that we gather, and that's useful and everything. But you know what I'm a little bit worried about is trying to make something that is so difficult to do that we don't even get our measures of success. So,
And I would agree with that, but also, so if we just take what's being presented to us, I think you look at timeliness and measures of success. How long does it take to get information completed in a note? And it takes about 2 weeks. Good information, you know, good statistical information, so I appreciate that, but doesn't, I don't think it precludes the question of how can we best integrate our two systems then. Thank you, Mr.
but they are
Chair.
separate questions.
Yes, well, we sometimes will talk about other issues in board items as they come up. Sometimes it's hard to stick with just what's in
Well,
front of us. Sometimes I like to expand my thought process.
I realize that, but it may harm us in terms of getting something moving along here that we can track, and it's useful. It's kind of like, don't let perfect be the enemy. What is it? Good be the enemy
Could
of
be the
perfect.
end of perfect. No, and I think it's
As much as I
important to
hate that
track
phrase.
this. I don't mean to derail or to say this isn't important and we shouldn't continue, you know, to follow this, but it doesn't preclude kind of a wider vision of our system of care.
Okay, Supervisor Carbajal, and then we're going to go to.
At the sake of digressing as well, so I apologize. But you know, I mean, the state and federal government are fragmented and haven't reached the point of having this total integration. But I'm just wondering if there's a jurisdiction out there that has somehow is in the avant-garde and has successfully done this. Is there any county in the state of California? That would be a good question. Or anywhere in the nation, because I think this is an area that Supervisor Wolf has touched on that is emerging and would be great to keep our finger on the pulse to see if indeed somebody has already succeeded in integrating all these electronic records.
Supervisor Carvajal, through the chair. So what I was trying to say earlier that I probably didn't express very well is that in the state of California, there are only 3 health record systems that are approved for the Medi-Cal system, and none of those also do physical health. So you don't have that in California. Do we have it in other states? I have no idea. But I think not, because you know, this would be a really big industry for the software and hardware organization that could have both physical health, which includes everything you would see in a hospital, plus the mental health and substance abuse piece. If someone had that and it worked well, that would be a big bonanza. So if someone's got it, it hasn't hit California yet. Yeah, you need to go into software development. I do want to just focus for a moment on this slide because it is different from the other slide. I wanted to point out that this is your total notes volume per quarter 1 and 2 divided by the outpatient services versus the more crisis-oriented services. You do see that there's a different volume for the urgent crisis services and the outpatient services. And you also see sort of the volume of notes that's written for clients by physicians versus other clinicians. Average notes per staff per quarter in all those different categories. And you do see that we have a lower volume of people for the crisis services because those are not scheduled in advance. Those are responding to calls from the field. So this is an area we're going to look at because it's clearly fewer services being delivered. It's based on the volume of need, but can we be working with staff so that they're engaged in other activities while they're waiting for the phone to ring? So, and then we do have a category down at the bottom for our CBO providers. So, Now I'm done.
Okay, all right, then we'll go to public comment, and I just want to, as a housekeeping item, tell the audience that we are going to be going all the way through our whole agenda before we break for lunch and closed session. So we will have a short break right after this item, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Okay, we're going to go to Santa Barbara. All four of our speakers are in the South County. We're going to start with Dr. Johns and then be followed by Jan Winter. Dr. Johns?
Okay, sorry to take so much time. Now, what you're talking about is this interconnection of the public health records and mental health records never happened because you're talking about the violation of rights, privacy rights of people, individuals. Sounds like a great idea, yeah. Now, what I find here is that again, once again, we find a very large hole in the system. The system is, needs to be repaired. And one thing is I'm concerned about psychiatric emergency for children. See, there is none in this county. Now, you mentioned hospitalization. What hospital are you going to go to? Marion Hospital? Yeah, possibly, yes. They have but now what about South County? What hospital are you going to go for psychiatric emergency in children? And hey, you're saying, well, there's no need for that? There is a need for that. And I heard the word cottage hospital mentioned once again, and I'm wondering why are we veering away from, we don't want cottage hospital within our own system. And I think that the big payoff that's gone on here, we're trying to pay cottage hospitals paying off somebody not to delve into our system. We need an investigation here. So these psychiatric emergencies, the only way to keep the system whole and for real treatment, I'm not talking about budget cuts or anything like that, you have to have people hospitalized within your own system. Then you control what goes on with those people. Outside hospitalization at Sylmar, and the last time I was in Sylmar, I walked into that place and I saw some of our people right here, and they were winking at me. That's all I could do was just wink and blink, because they were marching around like automatons. That place is it's a horrible place, and I commented about, I wonder, anybody from the county ever go to Sylmar? Maybe they changed there. But what I'm saying is, you got to set your system up like UCLA, USC. They know what goes on there, and then they transfer, have the hospitalization, they come back to treatment programs. You've got to have that program whole if you want to treat people properly. So the data that you're trying to get is kind of like a false sense of security. You're collecting data, but the data doesn't really mean anything. The data doesn't mean a thing because you don't have a whole system treating real human beings. Thank you very much, supervisors.
Jan Winter is our next speaker, to be followed by Michael Gordesky.
Chair Adam and supervisors, I'm Jan Winter. I'm chair of the Mental Health Commission. The commission has supported the use of metrics in our system and actually established a vital signs committee to look at metrics. And we've enjoyed April Howard's services for several meetings. I applaud Director Gleghorn's embrace of evidence-based services based on metrics showing when they show improved outcomes. And I thank you, supervisors, for requiring these metrics. We look forward to seeing further data that we have requested, especially along with NAMI's advocates, data on mentally ill people in the jail and in the emergency rooms. When we see these baseline data and eventually decreasing data, we'll know we're really on the right track. Today, however, I want to ask, I really don't accept the big lag of information that is produced, particularly with respect to psychiatric hospital admissions on your page 7. Why we only have Q1 and Q2 metrics on that. We had those same two figures back in February. Our Vital Signs Committee received this dated February 2016 report, and that data ended on December 31st. It's 8 months later. We should know those figures. However, if you do a rough estimate based on the trending lines and you just double what you see here for the first 2 quarters, you're getting 368 admissions to the PUF for the year. I think you'll find that there is a large surge of inpatient placements that will show up at the end for the end of the fiscal year 15-16. We're already 2 months into the next fiscal year. I look forward to hearing more from the department, and as a family member, I know that crisis services will not supplant the need for more inpatient placements. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Gordeski, to be followed by George Kaufman, who's our final speaker.
Good morning, Board. Thank you. I'm Dr. Michael Gordeski. I'm the past chair of the Santa Barbara County Mental Health Commission. I'm happy to commend and thank Dr. Gleghorn and Dr. Howard with the production of their first semi-annual report highlighting key metrics. The production of the report and the measures that are displayed offer a real opportunity to open the Behavioral Wellness Department to genuine program evaluation. Whenever charts and graphs are available, the data will produce an array of new questions, just as has happened today. The kinds of questions that we've heard from the board have been excellent, and it's a completely logical and normal thing that data produces new questions. Usually data doesn't answer the questions, but it's an important part of getting the answer. I hope Dr. Gleghorn will create appropriate opportunities for behavioral wellness leadership personnel to dialogue with the community about the meaning of these new semi-annual pieces of data. The understanding the data requires both professionals and community members, such as NAMI and other advocacy groups. There's a dialogue that goes on about it that's quite unique and different than that if it's just a bunch of mental health professionals or just a bunch of number of other types of persons. Community members, family members have a particular perspective that's a very valuable, and it adds something to the dialogue. I'm sure that the Mental Health Advisory Commission is ready to help with that process. There are 2 key unanswered questions that Jan Winter just made reference to that I want to highlight. One of the goals of the crisis service and system change has been stated as the reduction of incarceration of mentally ill persons and the reduction of emergency room use and wait time for mentally ill clients. The first question requires the collaboration of the Sheriff's Office, and the second one requires work with the various emergency departments. This is a challenge. It doesn't require linking the computer systems. It's a challenge to obtain this data, but I think it can be done. And it's important that the CEO's office facilitate whatever collaboration is required, because it's something that's outside of behavioral wellness. It requires that collaboration, and I think that facilitation would be very useful. I want to conclude by, again, congratulating what is genuine progress that the department is making. Sharing these data will make the work of the department more transparent and will encourage the improvement of services to our community. Thank you.
George Kaufman.
Good morning, Supervisor Adam and Supervisors.
George Kaufman with NAMI. Like, as Mike just indicated, we too appreciate the efforts both of the department and of the board to see this first report collect meaningful and report meaningful measures that really assess the impact of this system change initiative that we've all been involved in. This report, as some of you alluded to, I think in your comments, I think will in itself serve as a benchmark and a baseline, and so it's all that much more meaningful, and it will be as we compare it to data from future reports. The important thing is this is the only way to determine if our new and expanded services are having the desired impact. However, as has been alluded to, there's still two important measures which we've asked for on at least two occasions before. They're still missing: time spent in jail and the number of hospital ER visits. These two are two crucial indicators of how well a mental health system is working to engage and provide care for the people it serves. It's easy. The more people successfully engaged by the department services, the fewer are going to languish in jails or ERs. For example, if our recently expanded forensics program and new crisis services are having the desired effects, then there ought to be a corresponding decrease in inappropriate jail time in the use of ERs. So it's important to have that information. These measures are also crucial to help you understand whether these new and expanded services are cost-effective and can be sustained in the long term without adversely affecting other effective existing services. When the department first sought funding for the new crisis services, among the first-year goals enumerated were, number one, to reduce ER visits by 25%, and number two, to decrease the number of arrests. So we understand, as Mike alluded to, that it's going to require collaboration to obtain and report this information, but our understanding is that it can be done with a relative degree of ease. We also understand that obtaining jail data is already being explored, and we support that effort, but we urge you to take whatever steps are necessary to add both of these important measures to the next semi-annual report. Thank you again for your continuing commitment to improving our county's services for people living with severe mental illness.
Okay, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Dr. Gleghorn for her role in trying to move this department into more of a data-driven, evidence-based department. You know, I'm sure like every time you come here and you present information, we always have, you know, another 1,000 questions, another bunch of things that we'd like to see, but that's the nature of improvement. I want to ask you about the two from the NAMI letter, and I don't know if those are numbers that you would be able to come up with, or how we would, if that would come from the sheriff, or how that would come. But I think, for me at least, the jail aspect is critical, I think, and so I'm wondering how we would get that number.
Supervisor Lavignino from the chair. This did come up in our earlier discussions, and the items that were included in the metrics report were items that we could access with reliability and provide. I do not have access to who is going into the jail and their mental health status or any mental health condition. I do have ideas on how we might be able to work with the sheriff to get that information in the future, but until there is an electronic health record that is being used in the jail, it's not reliable data. And so I can't provide that information. You know, and you know, to have a report to come back to you every 6 months, it really needs to be something that we can access and feel confident in the data that we're being provided, and then give back to you every 6 months. So.
Okay, well, Sheriff's here. I know you can report at least on how many are on psychotropic medication. Is there any other? How do you feel like we might be able to achieve tracking that?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, we are currently in the process of upgrading our jail management system, and we will be transitioning from the old server-based system to a new web-based system. And I suspect that we will be able to flag inmates who are identified as having mental illness when they come in, and would be able to probably prepare a report that could determine how many days they've been in custody, and then we could share that with behavioral health services. So I would expect that within the next 6 months or so that this could be forthcoming.
Okay, thank you. Oh, the ER part, that comes from a private company, so I'm not sure how we would be able to, I mean, if anybody has any ideas, I'm all ears on that one, but I think it's difficult to require a private company to start reporting.
Supervisor Lavignino, through the chair, this is an issue that has gotten discussed as well as the CCP work group, and I think it's important to keep two things in mind. The sheriff is talking about a system for the functions of the jail, not an electronic health record. And your comment was, I think it's difficult to have a private company keep, well, we actually do that with all of our contracted organizations. So all of our mental health contractors use our electronic health record. So we could make an arrangement that the contractor in jail use our electronic health record for their mental health services and other services if they're doing substance abuse treatment.
Right.
And
I was talking about the ER portion of it. The second half of it, we wouldn't be able to require Marion or Cottage to. That's what I was talking about as far as private company goes.
Yes, Supervisor Lavignino, through the chair. And that's, we do get some data sometimes from those sources, but again, for this report, we didn't want to overpromise. We wanted to give you things that we felt were consistently reliable, and until we have that kind of data coming regularly from those sources, we can't include it in our report.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say that, anybody else want to comment? No? Okay, well, I'm just going to say that I look forward to working with the department and CEO's office to get some more condensed outcome-based graphics for what we can define as success or failure. And so I didn't get exactly what I wanted here, but it's a good step in the right direction, so I'm happy. So can we get a motion to receive and file? Second. Okay. Well, that's. Hey, I can be happy. I'm often happy, and I just don't tell you. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, unanimous. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for item number 2 and immediately followed by item number 3. All right, we're going to come back into session. Mr. Allen, will you read us item number 2?
Chair Adam, members of the board, item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the status report on discussions with the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians regarding waiver of sovereign immunity language and ad hoc subcommittee meetings.
Ready?
Ms. Nisich.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As noted, this item is on your agenda today to receive a report from the staff regarding the waiver of sovereign immunity language, and also to provide direction as appropriate regarding next steps regarding our discussions with the San Ynez Band of the Chumash Indian. Just in terms of brief background, the current Camp 4 Feed a Trust acquisition is a 1,400 acres proposed Feed a Trust acquisition. It was acquired back in 2010 and is partially in a Williamson Act reserve. The environmental assessment prepared for Camp 4 had 2 initial alternatives, and the tribe has adopted Alternative B, which consists of 143 one-acre residential lots and 30 acres of tribal facilities, as well as other amenities. Back on August 25th of 2015, the Board of Supervisors designated a subcommittee to work with the tribe on discussions, and the specific direction was that we engage the San Ynez Band of the Chumash Indians in discussions related to land use and financial matters of mutual concern that include but are not limited to waiver of sovereign immunity, which we'll discuss today, as well as the various properties inclusive of Camp 4, Mooney and Escobar, and a 350-acre triangle property, and other general topics between the tribe and the county as appropriate. Since that direction by your board, the ad hoc subcommittee and members of staff have met with the tribe on 7 occasions from September of 2015 through March of 2016. There were several key contract terms identified and agreed upon, and we've been under discussion in each of these term areas for that time period. Those areas were waiver of sovereign immunity, which is foundational to the agreement and has been communicated by your ad hoc subcommittee that is a foundational term. We've also been talking about a term for the actual agreement, items related to municipal finance, future use of land and limits such as gaming, the Williamson Act conversation, as well as actual fee to trust. On March 15th, staff provided a comprehensive review of status of each of these areas. And again, a key area discussed as foundational to the agreement was waiver of sovereign immunity. On March 15th, the board directed the following. You directed County Council to work with the San Ynez Band of the Chumash Indians to develop a sovereign immunity enforceability language that is appropriate for the county and the board, and you further directed that once that was accomplished, to consider scheduling meetings of the ad hoc subcommittee once again. Since that time, your representative, Rachel Van Mullum from County Council's office, as well as legal representatives from the tribe, Sam Cohen, have been meeting regularly, and we're here today to provide you that status report. They have reached agreement on draft language that is included within your packet, and I'll highlight a couple of the components, and Rachel Van Mullum can address any specific questions you have regarding the components. So in terms of the draft language, the tribe has expressly and irrevocably waived the term of the agreement, which again is still under discussion, the right to assert sovereign immunity. In addition, the county has agreed that the Government Claims Act applies to the county. The Government Claims Act provides immunity for all individual supervisors per the government code. In addition, included within the draft language, there are specific exemptions from suit for individual county officials and employees, as well as tribal officials and members. Again, the detailed language is within your attachment. In terms of next steps, it's recommended that now that we have agreement on the language, that we continue to again meet with representatives of the tribe. As we've indicated before, all meetings are noticed and consistent with the Brown Act. The county and tribal staff confer on the agenda and materials prior to each meeting. The ad hoc subcommittee may also refer potential items of the agreement to staff for discussion and refinement as appropriate. And just as a reminder, any final agreement between the county and the tribe must be approved by the Board of Supervisors and a tribe through a vote of their membership. The ad hoc subcommittee meetings with the tribe will again be set monthly. That's basically how we've been moving through.
And we have tentatively set the next meeting for September 8th from 10 to 1 p.m. Again, your recommended actions are to receive this report regarding the language and provided direction as appropriate, and of course, include CEQA in that recommendation. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Nisich, Part B of the recommendations is to provide direction as appropriate regarding discussions between the ad hoc subcommittee and the Board of Supervisors. So that, I'm guessing that, I mean, really our focus today is looking at the sovereign immunity agreement. If we're to get into B, that could theoretically involve negotiations or areas of that, or sections of Attachment A. Because if I, as one supervisor, wanted to give, or we as a board wanted to talk about giving direction on some of these items, it would seem like that would happen in closed session. So am I to understand that Attachment A is still, there's still definitely ongoing discussions in all of these areas. Nothing has been agreed to, and before there is another presentation being made during these ad hoc subcommittee meetings, that it'll come back to the board first.
Yes.
First is kind of the operable word before it's something else is being presented to the committee.
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair. The reason that we've directed as appropriate was to specifically communicate to the board that we have again set another meeting, because the direction from the board at that time was that the direction from March 15th indicated that that the county and the board further directed that once the waiver language is accomplished, to consider scheduling meetings of the ad hoc subcommittee. So that's the specific reason why that that recommendation is referenced in that way. And then we're indicating in this report specifically that we are tentatively scheduling that meeting for September 8th. In regards to your questions about Attachment A, that is a summary of where of the discussions throughout that 7-month period and where they ended, and that's consistent with what was presented to you at the meeting of March 15th. No other discussions regarding these terms, other than the waiver of sovereign immunity, have occurred as of this date. So we would resume discussions on these items at the meeting of September 8th.
So it seemed like Mr. Adam didn't understand why I was asking the question, so I'll try and explain. I'm specifically talking about the area that deals with FIDA trust, because at one point during discussions there was a statement, and I'm just reading from Attachment A, that there was a proposal to the tribe for 194 acres and then 30 acres, and then it was presented at a subsequent meeting to be over 900 acres, and then the tribe came back with changes or a recommendation. It's hard to, I'm not clear on what actually happened. So my question is, at what point do we give guidance to the ad hoc committee regarding this really important piece of the agreement? So that's all I was asking, and it sounds like maybe this is not the time to do it, that we're going to have another opportunity, and that actually all we are doing is setting the ad hoc committee back with nothing more or less than what is here right now.
Well, I'm going to let Supervisor Farr handle this, and then I'll clean it up if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in response to Supervisor Wolf's question, what is in Attachment A is where we left off with ad hoc subcommittee meetings last spring. And so that would be where we would, my assumption is where we would pick up from, you know, a meeting again for the first time after the break on the 8th. And while, you know, the ad hoc subcommittee and the tribal members agreed on the main points of discussion, which are here and then are detailed out, you know, as an agreement, we have looked at it as a whole.
because, as in any agreement, there are different pieces, and if, we would get to the point where we would feel that we had something that we could bring back to the full board to discuss, it would be as a whole, looking at all of the different parts together and how they balance themselves out or not. But of course, as was said, this is discussion with the tribe. If we felt that we were to a point where we thought we had an agreement to recommend, it certainly would come back to the board, public hearing also for a full discussion, and the tribe would have to do the same with their members. So what you see before you is where we left off and where we would be starting again.
Okay, and what I'd add to that is it's the whole agreement, but not necessarily that both of us would be recommending it to the board for passage. So it may be the best we can do, but maybe one or the other of us cannot recommend it to the board, and the board will have a choice, as will the tribe. The tribe members may make or the representatives may make a deal that they can't even support for their board to their tribe. So, we're all in the same position here, and so we're two sets of two people attempting to talk about something and make the best deal we can, and then we all have to take it back to our respective boards and see if it passes, because it may pass one place, not the other. So.
And I thank you for that to both of you. I guess my only concern is at our ad hoc, we're saying to our ad hoc subcommittee, make the best deal that you can and then come back to us. And I'm just looking at timing and how we process it as a board. In other words, will it ever come to us in closed session, because it is a negotiation, that we can give feedback to our ad hoc subcommittee before they go and have their committee meeting? It just seems like we are at the end stage of the public discussions, and it feels like we should be more involved earlier. But maybe, it's just my...
Chair Adam and Supervisors. So I'll start with that the two-supervisor ad hoc committee is a creation of the Board of Supervisors, and you've provided certain direction to that body. That's the starting point. But our practice, or my practice, has been that any supervisor can request an item to come to closed session, for example, for ongoing litigation. And in this matter, we have two separate appeals to the Bureau of Indian Affairs that have ongoing actions with both the Bureau of Indian Affairs and potentially a district court later. So there is always the potential to take this to closed session on specific aspects of a potential agreement concerning either the 1,400-acre Camp 4 or the separate Mooney and Escobar appeals that we have. So that's open to any supervisor.
Okay, let's go to public comment. 6 speakers still?
Chair Adam and members of the board, yes, we have 6 speakers. We're going to start in Santa Barbara with C.J. Jackson, and to be followed by Jim Marino.
Chairman Adam, supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. C.J. Jackson. Reason I'm coming to you today, first of all, is to pass on my plaudits to the undying patience and effort that Supervisors Farr and Adam produced in the ad hoc committee, and to endorse the restart of those talks. I had the opportunity to speak to senior staffers for some of the congressmen who were voting for 1157, and I believe they have an extraordinarily inaccurate narrative which guides their discussion. But in so doing, the tribe has spoken about housing. I would like to ask that the committee go afresh to these ad hoc committee meetings with some new initiatives to talk about, because I think the discussions that had ranged had hit walls, and admittedly the immunity aspect being one of them. One of the areas I would like to see considered, you as a board have the capacity to amend community plans and general plans, and you have the capacity to provide overlays. The tribe has asserted that the fundamental need for this process is tribal housing, and or housing, or in the case of the Congress, shelter, which I take issue with. You have the capacity to further this discussion and meet the needs of housing without trust status. Trust status and the expansion of land under tribal sovereignty, while it does reflect a value and a right that is important to tribal members, to the community, expansion of the reservation means 12-story hotels, multiple 5-story parking lots, additional commercial and intensive development. There is no upside to the local community for the expansion of trust status. I assert to you there is no need for the expansion of trust status because you have capable representatives on the ad hoc committee and capable members on your board to meet a critical housing shortage need through the amendment process of the general plan. I would ask that you integrate those and begin the discussion afresh. Take the trust status off the table and let's talk about the need. I have admired, respected, and truly appreciated the efforts that your two supervisor representatives on this committee have tried to pry that discussion out. I think beginning afresh and anew without the specter of sovereign immunity gives you that opportunity to deal with the elephant in the room, and that is the fee to trust status. And the community is begging to take that aspect off the table and meet the specific need. I thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jim Marino, and then we're going to come back to Santa Maria for Ken Kahn, to be followed by Doug Herthel.
Chairman Adams, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm James Marino, an attorney, and also represent the community group called No More Slots. I sent most of you, if not all of you, a letter. I don't know if you got it. It was an attachment to an email. I don't want to sound too pedantic. I, at one time, taught law school, so forgive me if I sound that way, and I'm not trying to lecture you. There are basically two ways that those who are governed by a body such as yourself, of supervisors, that they can control the conduct of their government. One is political, and that's not too effective because obviously the ballot box is only open every 4 years, unless there's a recall. And there are competing interests for money and power and so on, which can influence the political process. The other way is the watchful eye of the judicial system, which is very important because that's one of the checks and balances to ensure that government performs the way they're supposed to, doesn't do things they're not supposed to do, and does the things that they're supposed to do and have a duty to do. I've looked at the proposed waiver of sovereign immunity that's intended to be part of the document which will incorporate any agreement that's reached between the county and the tribe concerning fee to trust transfers. My opinion, as I think I noted in that letter, is that the section which purports to provide a third-party beneficiary bar or banning of any action is illegal. It's an attempt to bar the people of this county from questioning anything the board does once they enter into this agreement for anything arising under that agreement. The tribe has immunity through a series of court decisions, the so-called sovereign immunity. But the county does not have an immunity from responding to its citizens under the law. And so this agreement, if you're going to agree to it, a waiver of immunity, has to address that very, very distinct problem. And it's twofold. First, because the citizens obviously have a right to hold the county responsible and the Board of Supervisors responsible for any contractual provisions that they enter into. The second thing is there's a mechanism often used by Indian tribes to evade responsibility, and it's the rules of joinder. And by the rules of joinder, if an Indian tribe is a party to a contract, then it's deemed to be a necessary or indispensable party. The result of that is that even if somebody sued the county for failing to perform under the contract, either the county, I'm not saying the county would, or the tribe could claim that they have to be joined in that lawsuit, and of course, because they have sovereign immunity, they can't be joined. The end result being the suit is dismissed. So I think that particular very important issue needs to be addressed. If need be, I'll give more information to any one of you if you need it, including county council. Thank you.
Ken Kahn.
Any
here in
questions?
Santa Maria, to be followed by Doug Herthel.
Chairman Adams, members of the board, thank you very much for holding this hearing today. At the core of our issues, housing is extremely important. It's not a new issue for the tribe. It's something that we've been battling for many, many years. The change for us is today we have an opportunity. We have the resources, and we also have a seat at the table to sit here and have a conversation with you. We're very proud of how we've gotten here. We had a lot of members here earlier that were going to talk about some of the programs they've been involved in, and really how we've continued to be a wonderful partner here in the community. We know there's a lot of tough issues with the ad hoc committee process, but we're willing to have that dialogue. We're looking forward to continuing that communications. We'd like to thank our council, but also the county's council, for working out the tough issue of sovereign immunity. We're very proud of the work that they have done, and we look forward to them assisting us throughout the rest of this process. We certainly will have many challenging discussions throughout the years. This one is very near and dear to our hearts, and we feel like reaching a consensus, finding a way to have an agreement that protects the tribe, the community, and the county all together is very important. So we've given you our commitments throughout the years to establish an agreement, and we're thankful that now we have the opportunity to continue these discussions. So I'll leave it with that, and we look forward to meeting with you guys next week to continue on in making progress towards reaching agreement. So thank you very much.
Doug Herthel, to be followed by Steve Pappas.
Thank you and welcome, Chairman Kahn. Thank you for powering through for lunch. It's my anniversary today, so you made some points with my wife. So. Anyway, I thought I would just briefly read a quote from Chairman Armenta, who unfortunately can't be here today, but basically he would concur because this is his quote. And this is a quote from the St. Anne's Band's official minutes that was published at some point before. But basically, the minutes in the quote says, if we don't buy additional property and get the application submitted to the Bureau to get the property into trust, then any future property we purchase will have county regulations on it. That is what we are trying to avoid. We do not want the county telling us what we can do specifically with our property. That is the intent here. That's Chairman Armenta's quotes. Further, the intent isn't to buy every piece of property that is available throughout California. Thank goodness. That's my quote. It is very specific: buy property that is useful to our reservation and submit applications to the Bureau to get the land into trust so that we are not strictly regulated. That is the intent. So now we have a situation where we're looking at a $500 million improvements in Camp 4, and this county will go broke. Those people from SCIU, they won't get even a 1%. They'll get cuts. So this county can't afford to go down this path. This is all about money. It's all about control. And each of these folks make $1 million a year, and they can buy a house like you or I. Thank you.
Steve Pappas is our next speaker, to be followed by Andy Caldwell.
Good afternoon. What I'm going to be doing, you guys have probably seen this because I emailed it to you, but last week on the front page of the Santa Barbara News Press, I'm just going to read this article that was in it for those who haven't seen it and for the public who might be watching. The headline on the story was Save the Valley Fights to Return Lawsuit to Local Courts. A year after the community group sued to keep the San Diego Band of Chumash Indians from expanding its casino, Save the Valley LLC is fighting to return the lawsuit to the Santa Barbara County Superior Court. The organization filed its opening brief last week arguing that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals should order the case returned to the county court where it belongs, said Matthew Clark, attorney for the Save the Valley, in a statement. Before the Santa Barbara County Superior Court was set to rule on the Save the Valley's motion, the case was removed to the federal court in Los Angeles. Save the Valley believes that the issue is for a local Santa Barbara court to decide. In his brief, Mr. Clark argued it's far too late and inappropriate to remove this case to federal court. Rather, it should have been remanded to the state court, he said. The appellate court is expected to make a decision in the coming months after a briefing is complete, according to Mr. Clark. August 2015, Save the Valley filed a motion to keep the tribe from expanding its gaming operations under a 1906 ruling that restricts the tribe's land and water used to a limited amount of domestic purposes. The group argues that the tribe's expansion of the Chumash Casino Resort violates this ruling. The judgment clearly prohibits the commercial use of water located on land where the band has greatly expanded its casino and its hotel operations. He also noted that the tribe built a 12-story high-rise less than a half a mile from the Santa Ynez Airport runway, which is a blatant violation of county safety regulations. Further, Save the Valley claims in the suit that no federal reservation was established in 1901. The judgment leaves no doubt that the ban is prohibited from claiming any aboriginal right, title, or interest in the property, not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future. The brief states that this is contrary to the ban building a 12-story casino and hotel expansion on the property that it only has the right to occupy. Whew, that was hard to get in. I've also sent the board, and I want to thank Mona, which is the opening brief to the Ninth Circuit. Please take a look at it. Very detailed, and we are really only here to keep you informed, and that's why we are sending this to you as it evolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell, to be followed by Andy Culbertson.
Chairman Adam, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell, excuse me, representing CoLab. I think I'm going to take that Herthel Armenta quote of trying to get out from under county regulations and make it the CoLab motto or mission statement. I've spoke to you for years that there were two basic paths for the community and the county. One was to litigate, the other was to negotiate and mitigate. But obviously there's a third path, and that is legislation. So you got litigation, negotiation, mitigation, or legislation. And as you well know, legislation is the trump card. It ends everything else. And what we've been telling, I've been telling Nancy Crawford Hall and Doug Herthel and C.J. Jackson and a number of other people for 10 years, what I've told you. And that is, if you couple never-ending litigation with a failure to negotiate, you end up with legislation. You build the case for legislation. You created, the community and the board created the grounds for a 29-to-1 vote. And I just don't understand how the community is failing to heed the message of a 29-to-1 vote. Because that tells you that trump card is coming. That trump card comes, you get nothing. Why would you risk that? You know, the bottom line is the Constitution recognizes tribes as a sovereign nation. The federal government over 100 years ago gave them a reservation. The voters gave them a casino. The state gave them a compact. And inherent in all that is their legal right to ask for the boundaries to be expanded to the reservation. Doesn't mean you got to like it, but you have to recognize there's that right. And that's what Congress was recognizing in that 29-to-1 vote, that this is a legitimate right and a legitimate extension of the rights that are afforded them by our government. I think the problem is your board is so used to having final authority that you don't want to yield to the facts of the matter because you don't like the facts. But I think it behooves you to take a step back and see the writing on the wall in the form of that vote. Thank you.
Andy Culbertson. And our final speaker is Mike Brady.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Andy Culbertson. I'm a resident of the Santa Ynez Valley. I'd like to start out by thanking Supervisor Wolf for noticing what I think can really be improved process-wise here. This board gave authority to the ad hoc committee to discuss a broad range of issues. There have been no staff reports per se given to the ad hoc committee and to the public during these meetings, and the idea of trading whatever acreage for fee to trust came up as a surprise to everyone. So I think that at the very least, the board should indicate, as it has before in a 4-to-1 vote, that it is opposed to fee to trust. And I think the committee should be given that instruction. I am completely supportive of the committee working to present the board with a viable alternative for the negotiations with the band to achieve their twin objectives of a tribal center and housing, 143 units. I completely support that. Ironically, the key to that is for this board, through your code 35.104.030, to initiate today or as soon as feasible an amendment to the appropriate plans to memorialize exactly that. That is what has been missing here, is this board saying, we understand that this is no ordinary property owner. No ordinary property owner. This property owner may have a more adverse alternative. And to initiate and recognize that we can put an amendment together and expedite its processing and demonstrate that we are ready to meet those needs on housing and on the tribal center. As more proposals are explored, as the band has said, they buy land, they don't always know exactly what they want to do with it. That can be a focus of other discussions. But we are heading for a very bad result here. Legislatively, I actually agree with Mr. Caldwell. I think we have a real opportunity to reach a very bad result. But it lies within this board's power to initiate that amendment and cause it to happen. And I think that's fair. Also, if this board is not going to go along with fee to trust, then I think it's misleading to put it in a term sheet. That was not discussed with this board. This board had a standing 4-to-1 vote against it, and suddenly it shows up in a term sheet. That I also urge the board to have staff reports. It's been very difficult for members of the public to follow what is going on, or what bridging the analytical gap between what is presented and how it got there. And that's true with the waiver of sovereign immunity too, and I think you've heard some. I'm not going to speak to that today. Please initiate the amendment and put this debate at an end. Thank you very much.
Mike Brady.
Good afternoon. I support the county tribal negotiations, and I thank you very much for doing that. In the first tribal county meeting almost a year ago, Supervisor Adams asked, and I quote here, "Where are we going from here? What are we agreeing to? These things have changed. We need to understand where we are going here and what the vision is for the future in your minds, so we understand what we're potentially agreeing to what limitations there are and move forward that way. Seems to me like a fairly reasonable request. As a matter of fact, that question, and it's asked many times thereafter in all of the meetings, goes to really the root of the conflict that there is today with what the tribe's intentions are. At the ad hoc committee last March, the tribe presented a map, and I can tell you that it was not for 143 houses and a tribal center. Nor did it have limitations on the number of houses or tribal buildings. And it showed millions of square feet of commercial land on the 365 acres the tribe acquired in 2015, among other things. In July of this year, Congressmen LaMalfa and Denham at the Indian Affairs Subcommittee castigated one more time the county government and the local community for being intransigent and unreasonable by asking the tribe for a 100-year plan. Where did this mystical request for a 100-year plan come from? It didn't come from the county. Supervisors Wolf, Carbajal, and Lavanino. The county was thrown under the bus one more time. The current tribal chairman now dismisses the plan as some color put on a piece of paper. The county has negotiated in good faith. I've tracked the negotiations. I've been at every meeting. They have negotiated in good faith. And I can tell you that these types of actions by the tribe indicate that they are not negotiating in good faith. The county, the truth is that this was to foster their vote at Congress for H.R. 1157. The San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, if you wish to live in harmony with me and with the land, and continue the ad hoc committee meetings by being truthful.
Mr. Brady, I'm sorry, your time's up.
So,
Yeah.
that's all I have to say. Please be truthful about what you say.
Okay. Well, I don't know what there really is to add here. If we don't have any lights on here, so maybe nobody wants to talk about it. And if that's the case, then we'll just take a motion. Supervisor Wolf, and then Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as stated by Ms. Nisich, this was the direction that we gave to staff, was to move forward with a sovereign immunity agreement. And for me, I felt like that was, we had to have that before we were to move forward. And so we have that. I don't think it would be appropriate to go back on what I said. We do have that agreement in place. And now I think we can go forward with the committee. But I just want to say that I think the next biggest aspect to any agreement is the bullet point fee to trust lands, because I am concerned with. I thought our first offer, or the opening salvo of 194 acres and 30 acres for the houses and facility was would have met the needs of what was being requested. And then we went from about 220 acres to 900 acres, so close to the 1,400 acres of Camp 4. And then there was all the other properties. My point is this, that I suggest that this issue is really one of the most important issues as we go forward. And if we are to move forward in an agreement, a fee to trust agreement, is how many acres of this land is going into fee to trust. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I mean, I think since we embarked on this process a year ago, We have certainly made it as clear and transparent as possible every step of the way. Unlike previous discussions between the county and the tribe, prior to my being in office, we have had Brown Act meetings. Everything is on tape. The whole history of everything that we have done has been up on a website from the very beginning and continually updated. I wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that a speaker made, and Ms. Culbertson talked about the fact that there hadn't been staff reports. I guess I would take issue with that. At various meetings of the ad hoc committee, we did have reports from county council. We did have a lengthy presentation from the auditor controller's office and other information that was really pertinent to the various discussion points that we had. And, as those are needed in the future, I'm sure that, staff will give us that. I believe the issue about the county and what it would take to go ahead and initiate a general plan amendment and all that was talked about previously. But I think since obviously that information has gotten out there, that I would ask Ms. Van Mullen, to be prepared to address that in talking with planning and development as far as, what something like that looks like. But I think the baseline to that, of course, is that that's a substitute process and assumes that the tribe would take fee to trust off the table. And I have not heard that. So, but anyway, I do think it's information, since it has been brought up, that it would be good to be clear on and have that as a part of the first ad hoc meeting. Again, it's certainly, my intention that, we continue in a very clear and transparent way. This is a logical next step. It was kind of foreseen when we took that break in the spring, and so now I'm certainly prepared to move forward and work in good faith and take a look at all these points again and work with the tribe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I was just going to move. Well, first off, I do want to congratulate our county council and tribal council for reaching an agreement. This is treading into some really tough territory, and I know a lot of opponents said that the tribe would never waive their sovereign immunity, and so coming to an agreement just on that, I think, is a step in the right direction. And so obviously I'd like to see these negotiations continue. So did you want to make some comments? Okay, because I was going to make a motion, but go ahead.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the agreement that our staff and the tribe were able to achieve, staff to staff. And I guess I just raised a question to us. In light of that success, should we reconsider whether we want to proceed forward with the ad hoc committee, or do we want to, now that we have the parameters, let staff to staff, see if they could come and bring to us options. And I think it may lend itself to a different path in pursuing this potential agreement that we're seeking. I only raise that because I think this was a major step forward in reaching consensus and agreement on the sovereignty issue. And I just think it might lend itself to some opportunities. So I raise that to us to see if we want to consider that approach.
Are you going to press it or not? What do you do?
Mr. Chair, thank you. In response to Supervisor Carbajal, I think that, in our staff report, that is, there is language that refers to that. I think at this point in time, since, we have established this process, that it is important to go ahead and have the next ad hoc committee meeting, and we'll see what happens with those discussions, and that's certainly always an option for the ad hoc committee to refer, more work for staff, as we did with the sovereign immunity language. So, I don't rule that out, but I think for right now, it's important to go forward with this first meeting and see what happens there.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to,
Go ahead.
All right, well, I'm just going to answer one comment was Mr. Jackson wanted us to start afresh, and I don't see how we can help but start afresh. I mean, number one, we've got this situation with sovereign immunity, which was kind of the Damoclean sword that was hanging over us, removed, and that's a good one. And then there's new leadership at the tribe as well. So I think that I'm looking forward to exploring the possibilities in the future, and I always leave out the hope that we can make a deal and the knowledge that we might not be able to make a deal. Anytime you negotiate, those should be two things in your mind. So I'm going to keep those in mind, and I'm just going to say that I couldn't support going staff to staff just for the lack of transparency that will create. So I think all of negotiations should be held in public in the future, and if the board wants to do something else, I'll be putting against that. Supervisor Lavanino.
I'll just make the motion. I think probably Supervisor Carbajal probably hit on something that's probably the most effective that way, but I do see why we're doing it the other way, even though it's probably ineffective. But I'll move recommended actions, item A, B, and C.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, item number 3, Mr. Allen.
Chair Adam and members of the board, item number 3 is from the sheriff, and this is regarding a contract to provide enhanced law enforcement services with the St. Anne's Band of Chumash Indians.
Sheriff Brown, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Adam and members of the board. On October the 29th, 2015, the Chumash Casino's ABC license was significantly expanded on an interim basis by the state's Alcohol Beverage Control Agency. That expansion removed many of the restrictions that had previously been in place on the casino's liquor license. The conditions on the previous license and the policies of the tribe itself had limited the consumption of alcohol at the casino, or at least closely tied it with food service. Alcohol was only served within areas of the casino where meals were being served, restaurants and showroom events that had plated meals and so on, and also in honor bars in the hotel rooms. Under the new license, the interim license, the alcohol is now allowed to be served within the gaming areas of the casino. When you consider that approximately 6,000 patrons visit the casino and resort on a daily basis, it stands to reason that consumption of alcohol at the casino will dramatically rise. Increased consumption of alcohol in proximity to Highway 246 and the surrounding San Ynez Valley neighborhoods has the potential to be a significant public safety hazard. And as a result, I filed a protest letter with the state's Alcohol Beverage Control Agency, and Supervisor Farr also filed a protest letter. By filing the protests to the ABC license expansion, we had hoped, one, to maintain the restrictions that up till that point were successful in preventing significant alcohol-related impacts upon the San Ynez community, or to encourage the tribe to take steps necessary to prevent and mitigate potential negative impacts on the license expansion. Over the past year, we've worked closely with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control and the Chumash to resolve our concerns about the license expansion. In weighing the totality of information and projecting likely outcomes of continuing to protest the license, we believe that our best course of action is to partner with the Chumash and to actively work to prevent and mitigate potential impacts to our local communities. And this is truly a partnership between the Chumash and the Sheriff's Office. We are interested in preventing and mitigating potential impacts to keep our local communities safe. There's nothing that prevents the CHUMASH from just taking this straight to hearing, so in so doing, we are both here today asking the board's authorization to enter into a contract to mitigate some of these concerns, and that contract, I would submit to you, is a testament to our mutual desire to protect our local communities. The contract calls for the tribe to pay for 2 sheriff's deputy positions. One of those positions would be a community resource deputy, the other would be a traditional patrol deputy, geared primarily towards enforcement actions. The community resource deputies' primary focus would be on prevention and education in trying to address concerns that we have in terms of alcohol service, not only with the tribe, but also for other outlets within the San Ynez Valley that serve alcohol as well. We will work closely with the CHUMASH and our patrol leadership to identify days of the week and times of the day that will benefit the most from deploying these additional resources. The schedules of both contract personnel will coincide with these anticipated times of need. We anticipate that the schedule for the community resource deputy will be a fluid one, as that position will be used for both mitigation and enforcement activities and for prevention and community building projects. The community resource deputy will be tasked with assisting the CHUMASH in educating their casino employees about enhancing customer safety and preventing potential impacts to the surrounding community. The CRD will also work on projects that are focused on enhancing customer safety and preventing potential impacts to the surrounding community. And the CRD will work with the CHUMASH community and the surrounding San Ynez communities, including the wine industry, to build relationships and address community concerns regarding crime, public safety, and quality of life. The contract for these 2 deputies provides for a 120-day buffer within which time we would begin providing this agreed-upon service, no later than December the 28th of 2016. We will assign experienced deputies to fill the contract positions and backfill their positions with new deputies coming on the line. And by the time of the required provision of service, we believe that we anticipate deploying an additional 10 to 15 sheriff's deputies fully trained and operational within our communities. 10 of those deputies will be coming off of field training officer status in October. We also have 7 lateral and postgraduate applicants who are in the hiring process, and we anticipate hiring 4 of them within a few weeks, and lateral deputies are typically fully functional within several weeks of their hire. Unlike other law enforcement service contracts, this one does not require 24/7 coverage. It's for 2 deputies, not 2 positions. So it won't have the same impact in terms of overtime to ensure coverage for vacations, training, and sick leave, etc. The contract covers the full cost associated with both full-time equivalent positions, fully loaded personnel costs, including salary and benefits, as well as the initial purchase of 2 patrol vehicles, deputies' uniforms, associated equipment, and ongoing vehicle maintenance. There are also provisions for reopener if there is an increase to the salaries and benefits as a result of negotiated contract service. Cost estimates for the 2 deputies on an ongoing basis are a total of $367,468. The one-time cost for the sheriff's vehicles and the equipment costs, uniforms, etc., is $141,000 for a total of $508,468 the first year, with the ongoing $367,468. As of yesterday, the CHUMASH finished a voting process amongst the tribe on this contract, and they have agreed to the terms of the contract, and their leadership is now authorized to be able to sign this contract. We believe that it's in everyone's best interest that we capitalize upon this opportunity to mitigate potential impacts within the San Ynez community, and we would request your authorization to enter into this agreement with the tribe. concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. And, you know, as I filed a protest also, I just wanted to say that, you know, I am supportive of this. I am supportive of the Sheriff's contract that he's bringing forward. You know, needless to say, that the issues of alcohol consumption are of great concern to me. I think I've demonstrated that in a number of ways throughout my district, in Isla Vista in particular, and also in the Santa Ynez Valley. So it should have come to not have been a surprise to anybody when I went ahead and protested this license, because and it hasn't just been alcohol-related issues at the casino, but alcohol-related issues, you know, throughout the valley. And so I'm pleased to hear that besides, you know, the work of the deputies specific to the activities at the casino and the hotel properties, that they will be out in the broader community, and including in, you know, with the wine industry, because there is a lot of local concern about the overall increase in alcohol consumption, alcohol serving outlets of all types in the valley, not just with the tribe. So the fact that, you know, we could mitigate, you know, our concerns to do with the expansion of the alcohol license, as well as address some of these wider issues, I think is really, really important. So I am in support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I guess it just came to me, but, you know, we're obviously asking the tribe to mitigate their expansion of their liquor licenses, and yet in the valley we have all these tasting rooms and wineries. Do we ask all those establishments to contribute towards mitigation of increased law enforcement in the area as well, or is that something we don't do?
Supervisor Carbajal, through the chair, we have not asked individual wine vendors or wineries to participate in anything like this. The Vintners Association has had some partnership with our agency in terms of some education for some of their employees on a limited basis. This would expand that. But no, actually, what you're driving at, I think, is conspicuous, that the tribe really, in stepping up and offering to pay for this mitigation, is doing something that's relatively unprecedented in the valley.
And I only raise this because I know we've considered tasting room issues and are still considering those issues. And it's never dawned on me that, just like the tribe is doing, that other establishments, especially with the huge growth in tasting rooms, that this is something we haven't even contemplated in other establishments. So thank you.
Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Supervisor Carpajal's comments, there is a big difference in state law to do with the licensing of, you know, wine tasting rooms or lack thereof, and wine bars and other kinds of bars. And even though there has been a change in the law as far as wine tasting rooms go, the licensing is much different. So, so in this case, you know, the tribe needed to get a license through ABC, but the kinds of that can be conditioned. But the kinds of licenses that wine tasting rooms get are at a much lower level. So now you can have a wine bar and a wine tasting room that, on the face of it, are virtually identical, but have to go through very different licensing. So in a wine bar, it's a bar, and you have to be 21, and you can't bring in kids and pets and, you know, all kinds of other things. But you can have a wine tasting room that, you know, has none of those requirements. And so, you know, and they don't have to meet the density requirements, which is why there has been such a proliferation allowed of wine tasting rooms, particularly in the Santa Ynez Valley, because they don't have to meet the same requirements, you know, as other kinds of facilities. And And, you know, it's been great for the wine industry, but it certainly, you know, has had a lot of other impacts on the community, the character of the community, concerns about, you know, about the consumption of alcohol. And so it's something that, you know, I certainly deal with all the time, and my staff does, particularly in the Valley. But that was done at the state level, and, you know, absent a change in state law, I don't see it changing.
Well, and the other thing that's a difference is they pay sales and property taxes. So they are paying into the enforcement that goes to money that goes to the sheriff every day. So, all right, public comment, Mr. Allen.
Chair, Adam, members, we have 2 requests to speak. We're going to start here with Ken Kahn, and then we're going to go to Santa Maria for Jim Marino. Pardon me, Santa Barbara.
Chairman Adams, members of the board, Kenny Kahn, chair of Chumash. We take law enforcement extremely seriously. And public safety for us is an issue that's high up. We certainly appreciate the current agreement that we have with the sheriff. You know, the additional presence, not only on the reservation but throughout the community, is something that has been well received. So we commend the sheriff, his officers, and their administrative folks for supporting that. When it comes to this new agreement, we see it just more enhanced coverage. You know, we look forward to being able to see more of the folks there. We appreciate the staff. I'm in a thankful mood today, so we appreciate the sheriff and his staff for creating the platform for negotiating. And, you know, maybe the sheriff might want to help you guys out with this cooperation agreement. It might be something to help it move a little smoother. But in all fun, we again appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to having additional law enforcement coverage in the San Ynez Valley. Thank you.
Mr. Kahn, Supervisor Wolf has a question.
Certainly.
I have a question. So I noticed in the packet that we received that the casino floor or liquor will be served from 9 in the morning till 1 in the morning. And my question is your casino open 24 hours a day?
The casino is open 24 hours a day under the ABC license. I mean, it's the same. We can't serve alcohol past a certain time.
Past 1, is it?
And I'd have to follow up with Sam. But I thought actually, Sam, can you confirm? But I thought our hours of operation were 11 in the morning to 1.
I think the license is 9 to 1, but you know we operate.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you know, that's because I thought 9.
Certainly.
It's really early.
It's very early.
So.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, in other areas of the county, I think 6 a.m. is the time. So.
So when so where is 11 o'clock noted in the information that we have? Is that we don't have that, but it is somewhere.
It's internal operations. So
is that what goes to the ABC?
What goes to the ABC is 9 o'clock in the morning. So.
How come not 11? I'm just curious why.
We reserve the right to put our own restrictions on it as well.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And you know, it depends if you're on vacation too.
9 in the morning.
Hey, absolutely. All right, we'll tell you those stories in closed session. All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 a.m. beer is not Sisquoc, is it? That's good stuff.
We're going to go to Jim Marino in Santa Barbara.
Chairman Adams, members of the board, good afternoon. Frankly, if this weren't such a serious matter, it'd almost be laughable. The casino first said, they swore up and down they would never sell any alcohol. And that lasted about a year or two. And then they said, well, we've got the fine dining restaurant. We've got to be able to serve alcohol there in the Willows. So they came back a few years later and said, well, we really want to sell alcohol in the buffet, the Creekside Buffet, and in the Somala showroom, but only when there's sit-down banquets where food is served. And so this board, then, in reliance on those representations, withdrew its protest on the basis that it would only be served in those 3 locations, and the words used were contemporaneous with the service of food. It turns out the application they filed, evidently got by staff, was for a premises described by a map. So the ABC and the tribe concluded that that meant they could serve alcohol anywhere on the premises, which was the entire place, except the gaming areas. And they took the position that as long as food was available someplace on the premises, then alcohol could be served. Here they're back again. So in other words, they basically shined off your restriction and came up with their own. Here they're back now asking to serve alcohol everywhere, including the gaming areas, and they do that on the basis that they're going to give Sheriff Brown some money so he can have some more sheriff's cars out in the valley that provides mitigation. I'm surprised that only Supervisor Adams recognized that the tribe doesn't pay property taxes, sales tax, bed tax, etc., like all these other businesses which fund the police services that they use. They pay nothing except whatever their kind hearts give in some agreement, which is probably not enforceable because, as I mentioned once before at one of these meetings, without a waiver of sovereign immunity, they're essentially worthless. So, well, let me give you one illustration. My son, who's a deputy sheriff, has been one here for 30 years, worked one detail for 2 weeks once a few years back around the casino, and in that 2 weeks' time made 36 arrests for drug violations. They don't need mitigation by having extra police cars over in Buellton or driving around the valley. They need policing in and around the casino, including the parking garages. There's a long history of violations, which if you really took the time, you could find them. Hundreds of crimes that have been committed at that casino, in and around that casino, in the parking garage, and so on. I think you need to be a little more serious before you simply give them a blank check to sell more alcohol there simply because they're giving the sheriff some money to help his budget. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think Chairman Kahn said something I was going to say, and then I think Mr. Marino helped me out a little bit, is that, to me, this is the template for what I see on a broader case with the tribe, is that you've got the tribe, as a business will do, acting in their best interest to apply for additional service. They're within the confines of the law. And you've got the sheriff understanding that the possibility and the probability of that license being approved is probably pretty high. So kudos to the sheriff that he looks for an avenue of mitigation, and we come to a resolution that we had 2 ways to go. We could either continue to fight it, throw up barriers, get on the soapbox, and end up with nothing, or even if we don't like it, you mitigate, you negotiate, and we ended up with something that's better than nothing. So, you know, I look at this as sort of the template of what we should probably be doing in a lot of our dealings with the tribe. But I do congratulate the sheriff for actually looking out for us, and also Supervisor Farr at the same time for filing that initial protest, because if we didn't, we wouldn't be in the situation we are today. But I also want to thank the tribe for stepping up and you know, funding almost $500,000 a year for additional patrol. And from what I understand, they are going to be around the casino, but they are also going to be out into the community as well. So I think this is a really good agreement. And like I said, we could go the other way and just you know, continue to say no and probably end up with nothing but egg on our face.
Well, you know, and I kind of look at it the opposite way. I think that the template for the future, and this is something that I'm going to bring with me to the meeting next week, is that the template for the future should be taxes. And we could call it something else, but, you know, it's just prima facie fair because everybody else pays it. And I'm not sure you guys don't pay more at the end of the day doing it this way than you would just paying a straight percentage. And then it's just fair because nobody can complain about it because it's what everybody else pays. So I think there's a lot of value in that, and I hope you guys think about that because, and we can talk about it a lot more next week, but I just think this whole thing is very difficult to have one set of rules over there because there's always going to be somebody complaining no matter what the other set of rules is because it's not what they do. So any other comments, questions? Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, I'm not sure if this is appropriate or not, but I was just going to ask Supervisor Farr a question. Didn't we just recently deny a permit in Los Olivos for some alcohol-related facility? I can't remember. It was a woman who came before us.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to recall what was that?
Yes, because we were alerted to it by ABC, and then planning staff looked at it and recommended denial because it was for some kind of a little market, but then she wanted beer tasting. And it was in downtown Los Olivos, and it, you know, when they looked at the census tract, this was one that had to conform to the density requirements. You know, it was over the density requirements. So, you know, that's why I said earlier that, you know, that this is an issue, hasn't just been an issue about the expansion of alcohol, you know, for the tribe, but in many cases. I mean, I protested or tried to protest
Right.
alcohol licenses in Isla Vista as well.
Well, thank you for that. So I think that I'm still kind of thinking about this, but just my thoughts right now is that we do spend a lot of time discussing issues in the valley as it relates to alcohol. We've seen increase in accidents. So when we talk about increasing the amounts to the extent that we would on the casino floor compared to a denial of a small store, for me, I feel like I would be consistent in my concern over the extensive use of alcohol in the valley. And, you know, I think when the sheriff came up and described why he submitted a protest letter, I understand exactly what you said, and I would agree with that full-heartedly. And I appreciate that Supervisor Farr also submitted a protest letter. So then the question is, does this agreement mitigate my concern? And I'm leaning toward the answer of no, it doesn't. I think this is, you know, serving alcohol 9 or 11 in the morning till 1 in the morning to 6,000 patrons, possibly 6,000 people a day, is too much. And so that's my comments.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I'll make a motion to, we move staff recommendation A and B.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we vote, just in response to Supervisor Wolf's concerns, you know, I think one of the difficulties with this is that, you know, the alcohol beverage control gets to decide. And, you know, it was certainly disappointing to me that the ABC went ahead and granted an interim license that, as we've heard, is, you know, as far as the hours go, is even more generous than what the tribe is utilizing. But, you know, because that interim license has been in place, there's certainly been an opportunity for the sheriff to gauge what the impact of that has been. You know, and I have to say, if the ABC hadn't already granted the interim license, I would have probably been, you know, more likely to go ahead and go to the protest hearing. But because, in effect, the license has been in place and the sheriff's had a chance to assess that, that's why I'm more comfortable going forward. But otherwise, I might not have been.
Supervisor Wolf.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Farr. You know, I could just stick with my guns and just be stubborn and say no, but I know it feels good, right? Because we're Taurus, and that feels good sometimes. But I appreciate your comments, and I respect what you said, and I think you're probably right. So I will go ahead and support the motion.
Okay, no other lights. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Sounds like it was unanimous. All right, so that concludes our open session. Mr. Gazzoni is going to read us into closed.
Chair Adam, I believe we trailed item A24, so when we come back out of closed session, you'll have an opportunity to consider that item. And in closed session today, I'm estimating about 90 minutes. You have three categories. The first is conference with legal counsel deciding whether to initiate litigation. The next, conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, and one public employee performance evaluation for Department of Behavioral Wellness Director. And again, I estimate about 90 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll be back when we get back. All right. We'll bring it back into session, and now you're going to read us back in. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Adam, the closed session report is that today the board had 3 items. First was conference with legal counsel deciding whether to initiate litigation. Next, conference with labor negotiators, which included all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. And finally, public employee performance evaluation for Department of Behavioral Wellness Director. There are no reportable actions. And we had previously trailed item A24, which is designation of governing board for the psychiatric health facility, with 3 recommended actions on that, including the action of identifying which supervisor will serve as a member and which supervisor will serve as the alternate member of the proposed PUF Psychiatric Health Facility Governing Board.
Wait a second now. We got any public comment? I got to ask that, right? We don't have anybody
We have
in
no
Santa
public
Barbara?
comment.
Okay. So back to the board.
Mr. Chair, so as far as the motion to approve the item that was trailed, I will move staff's recommended actions and ask that Supervisor Lavanino be the board's appointee to that body, and that Supervisor Wolf be the alternate.
Would you like to second that motion, Mr. Carbajal? Okay, very good.
Do I get to make a speech, an acceptance speech or anything?
You can thank the
To all the little
Academy
people
later.
out there that made this possible.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
So I
Passes
note a unanimous
unanimously.
vote. Thank
Yes. Okay, and we are adjourned until September 13th. September 13th? Really? Okay. All right, and another meeting in Santa Maria. Awesome. Thank you very much.